That you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra.
Clearly going to be just letting this tune run out. So even though it says let's go on the screen, we're going to listen to the rest of this tune.
Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Well, well, well. Here we are once again. Back once again with the ill behavior. Although, Not sure I could describe my behavior as being ill. It's me. What's going on? Hello. Welcome, everybody. It's great to see some of you in the chat. Gunman Master, Rembimon, how are you doing? How have you been? Yeah, where to start? It's quite a fucking big one, to be honest. So strap in. I'll obviously probably have to repeat this at some stage as well. Later on, or maybe tomorrow, or maybe later in the week. But as you know, I got a job to help with money, financial issues, and it was going really well for a bit until I discovered that actually they have a secret subsidiary that is one of the biggest investors in Elbit Systems. If you don't know Elbit Systems, they're one of they are Israel's biggest weapons manufacturer in the UK. And they also insure Elbit Systems. So even though I did research before taking the job, there was some hidden stuff that I didn't know about. And thanks to the Palestinian solidarity campaigns that go on all over, the UK and stuff, I actually discovered that the place that I was working funds Israeli genocide. So what did I decide to do? Well, first I was super depressed because I was like, what the fuck am I going to do? This was a really good, easy job. It was like work from home. I managed to do a lot of my GMTU chair work while I was on the job. So I was getting paid to do GMTU stuff, basically, which was really good. That's what you fucking want. And but I was just at a loss as to what I was going to do. And I'm still kind of at a loss as to what I'm going to do, which is why I'm back streaming, because, it would be ideal if I could earn some money that is not related to that company, so that I can survive. So that's basically what I'm doing. I'm trying to go hard in this, there's like a little in-between period here where I'm like, I'm going to get my last paycheck from Allianz, and I don't really know how much it's going to be because I haven't worked the entire month of January. Since coming back, I basically, I was ill at the start of the year, around New Year's, and I didn't go in. I was sick, and then as I was sick, I was thinking more and more about working for a company who profits from genocide, and I was like, yeah, I don't really want to do that anymore. So basically, I sent an email on, it was last Monday now, literally a week ago, to my manager, who is off on holiday at the moment, but I also sent a company-wide email. So I sent 2 emails. I sent a company-wide email just basically laying out what's going on with Allianz and how they insure Elbit Systems, and they're profiting from genocide, and how that's just completely ethically and morally wrong, and all of us as workers should do something about that. So I included a petition. I made a change.org petition, and that has got 10 signatures or something, because I think as soon as they saw this email going around, they sent a communication to be like, don't respond, don't sign that petition, it's evil and wrong and bad, or whatever. I don't know what they said, because I've not looked at the emails, because I've not been on my work PC, basically. But they the head of the department did get back to me and was like, is this your resignation? Are you resigning from your post? And I said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just withdrawing my labor for the time being. So basically, that's the end of it. I'm not going to work for this company while I, know that they're profiting from genocide. And so I said this to the head of the department. This guy's the head of the department, and I sent him a big email just basically saying we have a once in a lifetime opportunity here to, change things for the better in this company. You with your experience can, let me know or help me understand what it is that the directors might respond to in a good way, so that we can get them to change their mind and hopefully get them to stop insuring Elbit, and also, to stop investing in them. And, I made a bit of different kind of language. I typed it in a different kind of bit of language because obviously the way that these corporate people work, they don't just want to hear about morals and ethics because all that stuff doesn't fucking matter to them. So I also included some stuff about like, you know, this will be the reputation of Allianz going forward. People are already calling Allianz murderers, murderer insurers. That's a literal line that protesters are using to describe Allianz, and I used that in the email. You know, I said this to him. I didn't get a response back. I got a response back from some HR person that I've never spoken to before, who said, if you don't come into work on Friday, we're gonna start doing disciplinary proceedings. And I just emailed back and I copied in the head of the department again, and I just said, yeah, sorry, that doesn't mean anything to me in the face of a massive genocide, and you know, all due respect, I know you're just doing your job, so no hard feelings, but head of the company, this guy, head of the department, I just said I'm really disappointed that you like delegated this to someone else. You have a real opportunity to like save Allianz's reputation, make a real difference to the lives of Palestinians. He just wasn't interested, so so that's that basically. So that's where I'm at. That's what's happened. And as I say, I'll probably find a better way to describe that as the day goes on, or the streams go on, or the week goes on. Like a nice succinct way to say, like, you know, because I imagine some people will come back and be like, oh, you're back streaming, what happened? And I'm just gonna have to like try and say all that in a really succinct way. I don't know. But there you go. So for all of you that are in the chat now who've been listening, like, first of all, fucking, what can I say? Like, I genuinely didn't think that anyone would be here today. And that's nothing on you lot, because you've obviously still continued to support me. Like, I know that some of the people in the chat have remained my patrons and have remained subbing off Twitch and giving me donos while I've been working, which is just like ridiculous. Like, you didn't have to do that, but really, really appreciated nonetheless. Yeah, like, thank you so much for showing up. Like, it's really great to see all of you. I already said hi to Rembimon and Gumba Master. Goblin Hugger, how are you doing? It's great to see you. Rohamild, great to see you as well. And Steph, how are you doing? What have you all been up to? What's going on? I'm sure we'll talk more as the weeks, the days, however long goes on. But it is just really, really good to see you. Let's do a little shout out. Let's see if these work. I can't remember if anything works. I spent like a good hour before the stream trying to. Yeah, okay, we got some API error stuff going on. I don't. Whatever. We'll just do the standard shout out from Twitch. The standard Twitch shout out. These tend to work better, don't they? Anyway, for people on Twitch, I'm not sure. I know they changed Twitch terms of service, so I'm not sure how long I'm going to be on Twitch for. Because they changed it to be like, you can't say Zionist. You can't say the Z word, right? I'm not doing that. I mean, like, you know, I could not do that, right? I could not do it and just say what it also is, which is fascist. You know, instead of saying Zionist, you could just say fascist, innit? Like, it's the same thing. So, I mean, I guess I could renege on that. But I do think it is important to highlight that it is Zionism, and Zionism is like a project that weaponizes specifically anti-Semitism, right? You know? So it's a little difficult. TTK, how are you? It's good to see you as well. What's going on? Great to see you. Doing okay. Properly on E now. Yes, let's go. Even though it's DIY, so just looking after myself. Hey, listen. Very valid, very good. Good that you're doing that. Based. Please continue to, you know, get your own medicine. If the state will not provide it, that's literally, you know, how we build a better world. Great work. Found out that there's an anarchist club near me, 1 in 12 club, and I'm planning to volunteer there in a few months once I've sorted out some home stuff. That's great work. That's really, really good to hear. Hell yeah, let's do it, Rembimon. Good stuff. Yeah, please keep me updated on that. That sounds really exciting. EP but surviving. Yeah, I know the ones. Like, it's actually crazy. In the time since I've streamed, since I last streamed, I've actually like healed quite a lot from that illness that I had, that fatigue illness that I had, which I wasn't sure what it was, whether it was post-exertional malaise or maybe it was actually like a little bit of ME. Don't know. But I've healed quite substantially for that. You might be able to tell, like, from my general demeanor. I don't know if people have been watching on Red Planet. I know a few of you have. So, you know, that's been just absolutely amazing. I've had like a normal amount of energy again, which has just been really good. And yeah, I've managed to get a lot of stuff done. I had like a good schedule and what have you, yeah. So that's actually been really good. So yeah, I'm like, this is why I can like do like a daytime stream, because it's just like, yeah, I could just be people's daytime TV now. Daytime TV Muel, but much better than Jeremy Kyle or Tipping Point, you know? Although Tipping Point I've heard is quite good. What's been going on with me is I'm about to gain employment through a government program for people with physical or mental disabilities. The terms for the start period is very tailored for my weaknesses to give me the chance to succeed. That's great. That's really, really, really good. I'm really glad that people are getting stuff done and sorted for themselves. TTK also saying go through the PIP process, which is awful. Yeah, like I know that is still awful, but like you're still getting it done, and like hopefully it's gonna get sorted for you. I know a bunch of people who've been through it now. Like I didn't know that many people. Like I knew people online, but I didn't know that many people in real life who've been through it. My partner at the minute, she gets PIP, and it's just like completely insane. Like such a ridiculous like. Just like an absolutely horrible, such a dehumanizing process. And actually, I've been looking for jobs a little bit since I'm now like, you know, probably going to get fired from Allianz, and no actual change is going to be made in that company. I am also like, you know, looking for jobs, and I was looking at some jobs, and there are so many for benefits assessors, like PIP assessors, like literally PIP assessors. And it's because people go and work for these roles and they go, this is gross, I'm doing eugenics. And, you know, they quit. There were so many positions available for PIP, and I was just like, yeah, not in a million years, dog. I'm not going to be part of that shit, bro. Like, just no way. I'm going to have to go to a tribunal, but fight it as much as you can. Any like, so my partner did a lot of work with like a disability organization, so any sort of like support that you think you might want, TTK, like let me know. I'll do as much as I can to support you with that, because I know how fucking shit it is. But you know, obviously if you've already got it on lock, don't worry. But yeah, 100%. Get in, get a job, and approve everything until they fire you. Yeah, that could be pretty good, right? Yeah, that could be a fun thing to do. Hi, Empire. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. How are you doing? Sending you caring thoughts. Appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Where am I up to now? Yeah, okay. It's good to get a little update on what everybody's up to, what everybody's going through. The struggle is real, folks. The struggle is real, and we're all part of it. And the sooner that everybody else in the world realizes that, the sooner that things will change for the better, right? So how are the streams going to work? I guess I should tell people what I'm thinking I'm going to do going forward, because I've had a lot of distance from streaming and had a lot of like, you know, thoughts about how I was doing the streams and what, you know, what content I've been doing and how it affects me personally and stuff like that. So what I've decided is that I'm not going to be doing entire like long politics streams, basically. I'm probably going to be doing like a couple of hours of politics stuff at the start of a stream, so just like news updates, activism stuff, etc. And then I'm going to do some gaming afterwards. I've been really getting into UFO 50 and it's really good. And like, yeah, I think it's just like a bit of fun that'll just make it like a bit less tedious, you know, to like, for people who might want to watch me do gaming and stuff like that and all that business. And, you know, because I know there are some people in the community who do enjoy that as well. So I think it's important to do that. But I am going to like focus on YouTube. I think a lot of the time when I was streaming, almost a year ago now, I was concentrating quite a lot on trying to grow on Twitch, but just through Twitch without concentrating on my YouTube. And I think I was talking about that just before I stopped, around about May last year. And so I am going to just try and concentrate as much as I can on YouTube. So I'm probably going to do, here's how I'm probably going to work it. I'm going to structure the streams like that. So like politics, stuff like that in the first sort of like couple of hours. And then later on, it's going to be gaming. And I'm going to do that 3 times a week to try and to sort of like begin with. So I'm going to do it on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And that just kind of makes sense for me because then on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I can concentrate on writing and filming YouTube content. I'm pretty excited for my next video. I've got Nick Bano coming on it. We had Nick Bano as a guest on Red Planet, and that was really good. He's just like a really cool housing lawyer. He's a communist. Like, he is able to sort of like do his job with his morals intact because he's always doing defense for tenants rather than defense for landlords, which is just great. So he's going to be coming on and joining me in my new awful bastard landlord influencer video, which is really exciting. Been chatting with him about that this week. So hopefully I'll get that filmed this week. It's all ready to go, but I've got another video in the works, which is just going to detail basically what I told people earlier on about my my last job that I had at Allianz, talking about like the Elbit stuff and what I did, what I could have done better as well, because obviously I've had like a little bit of time to reflect on that as well. So that video is going to go into that. So I got some plans and I got some stuff. Hopefully this last paycheck from them is going to be all right to carry me into the next month. I know that like £600 is like a massive ask for just like coming out of you know, a fucking year of not streaming. So don't worry about that at all. It's just there to like, you know, sort of give people an idea of, you know, how much money I do kind of need. But that's that basically. And what else was I gonna say? Yeah, I think that's it in terms of like how I think it's gonna go forward. I don't have like a plan. I'm gonna be taking it like super back to basics. So like I'm gonna have like this kind of a setup as well. So I'm just like no titles. Like I'm not, because it used to really stress me out trying to figure out like titles and content warnings at the start of every video. So I'm gonna do my best to like make sure that like I'm not watching anything like completely fucked up or like gross, and if I am, I will make sure I have a content warning, especially for like flashing lights and, you know, mad images and stuff, because I know that can make people sick. And definitely like, you know, if I know I'm going to be watching something like completely fucked, like I'm going to make an effort, of course. But yeah, I'm just going to like strip it all back. And I'm not going to be like, you know, fucking going crazy with like promoting the whatchamacallit, sub off Twitch and stuff like that, because I think that can like put a lot of pressure on people, and I don't want to do that. Do you know what I mean? Like it is always good to like have incentives and stuff, but like I'm gonna not have any incentives, because that is like, that created like a lot of work for me and a lot of like mental energy that I just like found really hard to do. Every fucking stream, like every month I was like, shit, what am I gonna do for an incentive this month? And like I just never got round to it, and that's really upsetting and annoying for people who donated. So apologies in advance and also in the past for that. You know, I hope you all understand. More people coming in the chat. Hello, Echo Baz. It's great to see you. How are you? Yeah, missed you too. Missed everybody. What else do we got here? We got Abs is breathtaking. Hello, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, I should hydrate really, shouldn't I? Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year. How are you? Thazadar in the YouTube chat. How are you doing? Welcome, YouTube chat. What's good? What's good? What's good? We got Lorcan Nagel. How are you? Welcome in. Great to see you all. What are we saying in the chat here? I've been playing La Milana and drawing my own paper map while playing. That game is huge. What's La Milana? Let's have a little look at that. First bit of content. What is this game? La Mulana. A platform adventure. Let's see if I can get that like. Yeah, that's better. Platform adventure video game. Imitate the look and feel of MSX games, released on 2006 in Japan for Microsoft Windows. Interesting. Why did they want to style it like an MSX game? That's interesting. In 2006. That was like retro remakes before retro remakes were a thing. Is that like YouTube video? There's normally a YouTube video if you Google this stuff.
Welcome back everyone, you're watching Towards Entertainment variety streamer who breaks games and looks for hardcore, and honestly I wanted to make...
What does it look like?
Some bullets. Yeah, because I need to get...
So it's like a bit of an RPG but like a side scroller. This is pretty like...
Research is necessary.
This is pretty spedunky, isn't it? Spedunky!
Things, tablets. I gave Eternal Daughter as well.
This is really spelunky. I mean, obviously, like, it's probably inspired by, like, Indiana Jones with the whip and the character and stuff at this point, but...
You see, I lost control of my character and got knocked.
Cool. That looks pretty cool, doesn't it? It's a classic game. Never even heard of it. You know me, I just don't know stuff, so please don't be upset about the things that I don't know, because I just don't know them. I'm sorry, I'm a terrible person. What else do we got in the chat? Did I miss anything? Need all the luck. You're slightly nervous. I'm going back to university, starting applications for postgrad film studies. Oh, Abs, that's great. That's great. I love that shit. Yeah, good luck. The creator is a huge fan of the game Maze of Gallius for the MSX. Gotcha. Hello, Emmy Faye. How are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome back to streaming Dr. Muel. Yeah, the doctor's back in. Quite down in March last year. Slow and steady upwards since then. Quite okay at the moment. Good to hear it, Thazadar. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm sorry that you were having a shit time. Yeah, I myself was having a shit one as well. Yeah, definitely. Card posting. Hey, what's going on? What would be your recommendation for a leftist trying to get eyes on their fundraiser on YouTube right now? Speaking from a real example personally. Like, I don't know. Like, share it on Twitter. Share it on whatever, wherever you can. It looks like you might be coming in my chat to, like, share it here. So, like, yeah, if you want to, like, put it in the chat. You might have an issue with that because I block links in the chat just automatically in YouTube, so I don't know if you have like a GoFundMe or whatever, but yeah, feel free to plug it, tell us what it's about. Welcome to the stream. I only know La Mulana, the game, because my friend was obsessed with it when you were dating with her, and you're not huge on those types of games. Oh, that's fair enough, yeah. That's fair enough. UFO 50 is so cool, retro indie gaming for the win. Yeah, no, I really like UFO 50. It's I've been like cherrying a bunch of the games, and the exciting thing is that I've not been playing them on this PC. I've been playing them on my laptop, so I get to cherry the games all over again with you guys. So that's really exciting, isn't it? That's all really fun, isn't it? Creator of Spelunky was a huge fan of La Mulana. Right, there you go. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Created an endless version of the game as a test. That's crazy. It's crazy, dog. Yeah, hey Baz, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, that'll be big. It'll be big old funds, won't it? It'll be big old funds. Yeah, so like I say, I don't really have like a plan for the stream. I don't have like any videos that I've like set out to watch. I think I do want to obviously like check out some stuff first of all about we've got Palestinian prisoners have been like released. Palestinian hostages have been released, right? That happened yesterday. I saw some of it on Instagram, and I wonder if we can get like a video on that, because yeah, man. So there were hostages released in the West Bank and in Gaza as well. So we're going to be looking at footage from most of that. Times and the Sunday Times actually live streamed this. That's crazy. Okay, let's take a look at this news. Let's take a look at this. So, just in case you didn't know, a ceasefire deal was announced in Gaza between the Israeli occupation and Palestine. Well, it was Hamas operating as the government in Gaza. So they brokered a ceasefire deal whereby I believe it's for every 3 Israeli hostages released, 30 Palestinian hostages would be released in exchange, which just goes to show the massive difference in how many people have been detained on the on each side. It's absolutely like absurd the way that the rhetoric has been over the last fucking 467 days. Again, I made a little video on my TikTok last night about this, and made a reel on Instagram as well. But a ceasefire deal is just that. It's just a ceasefire deal. It's not It doesn't mean an end to the genocide. It doesn't mean an end to ethnic cleansing. It doesn't mean an end to the immense suffering of Palestinians. We should all like take this not as a chance to rest. The chance to rest is for the people of Gaza and the people who've been fighting the occupation, like the Al-Qassam brigades and all that kind of business. For us comfortable people here in the Imperial Core, it's time to up the ante. This is the beginning of the end. I truly believe it for Israel. Like, what you have to remember, I think a really important thing to remember here is that like Israel did not achieve any of its goals in the war, right? So a lot of them were definitely like the goals were to like for real like wipe out and genocide Palestinians in Gaza, but like with the resistance being so effective, they found it extremely hard. And of course, they also wanted to like do this like construction of the Philadelphia corridor. I can't remember if it's Philadelphia or Philadelphia. Yeah, they've like not managed to do that. They've had to withdraw. I can't remember if it's called that. It's like they tried to build like a road in the middle of Gaza, right? Like from the sea to the border of Gaza. So it's quite like they've not managed to achieve these goals basically. However, the resistance managed to achieve their goal entirely, which was to get a prisoner exchange. Like, they've succeeded, they've won, right? They just did not win the war. And I think it's really interesting as well. We should have a look here. There was a Times of Israel article that came out last week. It's like, has Israel lost the war or something? Yeah, here we go. For the first time, Israel just lost the war. I mean, I don't think this is true. I think that is for the fifth time. What? I think that's a bad. That's just like a bad translation, probably. But it's quite funny actually. But yeah, this was written like a couple of weeks ago. Let's say hi to some people in the chat as well. We got Balm Program. Hello, how's it going? It's good to see you. Yeah, absolutely. Palestine, hurrah. Free the Filton 18, absolutely. Yeah, reminder chat, there are so many political prisoners at the moment who are being held in the UK for doing the correct thing and standing up against genocide, trying to uphold international law by protesting arms factories, stuff like that. Please go to Palestine Action. I'm going to drop a link in the chat, palestineaction.org, and go to the prisoners section and consider writing to a prisoner, because being inside is no joke. It is just simply no joke. Who else we got here? Ori, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. It's really good to see everyone. Thanks so much, everybody, for turning up, showing up. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much. Really means a lot that you're out here supporting me today. So yeah, let's go on like a bit more info about this. So yeah, we got this article from the Times of Israel. For the first time, Israel just lost the war. So, you know, people in Israel know this. They know that, like, it's simply just not good. Here's like a list of things that Hamas have achieved that this guy is saying, this David K. Rees guy is saying in this article. There's like 14 things. This is what Hamas won in this war. It turned the world opinion against Israel. That's true. That's certainly true. Like, historically, being a follower of Palestinian liberation, I've said it many, many times on this stream, that I was simply flabbergasted by just how many people ended up talking about Palestine. So much that we now have these like absurd rules on Twitch, etc., that mean that, like, you know, now you can't call a Zionist, etc., etc. Negotiated the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. Yep, that's exactly what they set out to do. Some of its leaders were killed. They were replaced with new ones. I mean, that just goes without saying. Many of the fighters were killed. According to press reports, Hamas has been rebuilding its fighting wing, which now has 12,000 soldiers in Gaza. Yeah, like, they absolutely, like, fully did not make a dent in the actual forces of Al-Qassam. So that's pretty spectacular. Hamas gets to proudly claim that October the 7th, 2023 brought about terrific results. Yep, Israel is weaker now than it was on October the 6th. That could be true. That could be true. From all kinds of like reporting, like there's been so much damage to Israel. There's been so much damage to their like infrastructure, their economy. It's like completely ridiculous how much, you know, even the Times of Israel, I think, has done like a couple of stories on how people are withdrawing like investments from Israel, and like people are taking their pensions out of Israeli pension funds and like, you know, putting them in other different countries in investment funds and stuff, because it's like, yeah, we just don't think that the Zionist project is going to work. So yeah, overwhelmingly, I think that Israel is indeed weaker than it is. Like people, like I think the propaganda of the deed in reverse, in that like, you know, people who were joining the IOF have now been seeing that like people who were in the IOF were like running away from the borders in Lebanon because like Hezbollah were just fucking battering them on the ground, which is completely true. They're now seeing this and going like, yeah, nah, I don't know about this, bro. Like, it seems a bit shit. I don't want to join the army. It was dead easy when all we had to do was kill kids, but now we have to actually like fight people. I'm not sure about that. That's definitely harmed, I think, general morale in the Israeli occupation army. What do we got here as well? Yeah, this top story is great, isn't it? Yeah, I love this. Sponsored story, like it's giving IDF girly, isn't it? Like right here, you know? It's like some kind of like war game based in Europe. No idea what's going on. People over 40 playing this game 10 minutes a day to relax. Annexation of Europe. Fun mobile game. Oh yeah, I'm all about that shit. What was I gonna say? My face cam's looking a bit like not right. No, it's not. Nah, there we go. Like bit more headroom there, bro. Could do with like a tiny bit more headroom. Yeah, that's it. That's the real shit. Where are we up to here? Wait, what's this? This is what Hamas won in this war. It really pays to take hostages. That's like a weird thing to say. I don't really know what that is. Don't really know what that means. Ori says, weirdly, genocide radicalizes the target population. Who'd have thought? Yeah. Unsurprising about Twitch not letting you say the Z word. It's the same platform that said you can't call white people crackers. Yeah. Yeah, real. Absolutely real. Gal Gadot's next blockbuster, this movie. Yeah. Why the fuck is Ireland in the same color as the UK in that diagram? Oh, you know, like, you know, we're talking about a video game that is, you know, being promoted by the Times of Israel, like, you know, a colonizer country. They're not going to give a shit about any of that. And also, they famously hate Ireland now, don't they? Like, Israelis despise Irish people, which is just so funny to me, because it's like, bro, most Irish people have been anti-Israel. Like, are you joking? Like, it's an occupied country. Yeah, Germany and Denmark are the same color in that as well, yeah. Yeah. Internet Hippo was 100% on the mark with it. If you kill all my family, destroying Hamas is the first thing I'll do. The first thing I'll do is form Hamas too. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think that's what like occupational like imperialist forces forget, that like if you do intense amount of damages to people, like you will just cause more and more resistance. Do you know what I mean? It will just become louder and louder and louder and more difficult to deal with, because people are good at you know, people are good at coming up with new ways to resist. It's kind of what we are as humans. We're good at adapting, innit? Hamas 2 is the name of the Gal Gadot movie. Summit 2. That's right. With your help, Israel can be in even worse condition. Yeah, I hope so. Here's hoping. While much of Gaza has been destroyed, the world is about to provide huge sums in order to rebuild it. One can expect that a significant amount of these sums will indirectly wind up in Hamas's coffers. it's so funny how they still talk about this. It's like Hamas is the government, you know. Like, it's just so funny how they talk about it. It's like, what they're talking about is like war budget. It's like, oh, loads of people all over the loads of people all over the world are gonna give money to Gaza, and Hamas might use some of that in its war efforts. Like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, they might. You know. Hamas will still control Gaza. UNRWA will remain as it has been. The war has created a serious rift between Israel and the United States. Maybe, don't know. Remains to be seen. It certainly didn't when Biden was in charge. He was still sending them fucking $8 billion every month. What are they doing with that $8 billion, man? 'Cause they really didn't get much done, did they? One who reads, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Welcome back. It's great to see you. I've missed you. Hearing your voice now, do I realize how much I've missed it? Oh, that's really sweet. Yeah, no, like, I'm sort of like, I'm like sliding back in, you know? I'm sliding right back into streaming. It's feeling good. It's feeling nice, you know? So yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, I'm having similar feelings about actually being back. By that logic, Israel should earmark all of US aid for non-military purposes. I doubt the Earth would ever agree to that. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. Where's that 8 billion going, you know? Is it going into IOF coffers? Yeah, it will be. Won't it? We know that for certain. It's all admissions, isn't it? Accusations and admissions. Hello, Kitty. How are you doing? It's good to see you as well. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. A rift between Israel and the people of the US. Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a rift between, you know, it's not just the US, it's global opinion. I guess, like, in that way, it's, you know, I guess they relied on the people of the United States to support them the most. So, fair enough. Like, you know, obviously, like, a famously racist state is not going to give a shit about, like, any other country other than the USA. So, that kind of makes sense. Initially, Hamas will only have to release 2 hostages, have to release 4 more hostages shortly after that during phase 1 of the deal. Only a total of 33 hostages will be released. Israel may trade more Palestinian prisoners being held by Hamas for more hostages after that. Thus, at the end of the phase 1 deal, Hamas will be able to continue to hold roughly 30 hostages, some of whom may already be dead. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, your leader could have brokered a better deal, but he didn't, so I don't know who you want to blame for that. It pays to commit war crimes, not only the war crimes that Hamas committed. What? Just none. Simply not. This is so insane. It pays to commit war crimes, including not only the war crimes that Hamas committed during October 7th massacre, but by firing thousands of missiles into Israel, every one of them a war crime. No. You can't just, like, redefine what war crimes are, bro. You can't just, like, redefine what that is. You know, they stick with this lie for so long. Most people know now that the majority of people killed, the majority of Israelis killed on October the 7th were soldiers. Like, the overwhelming majority. And of course, Hannibal Directive. You know? Settler colonies stick together. They do, yeah. Maybe they shouldn't have been bombing the places the hostages were being kept. Yeah, they were doing that a lot, weren't they? And then hostages were, like, being reported as dead. Yeah, weird. Weird that was happening. The cost to Israel of this war has been enormous. Not only has Hamas been able to kill over 400 Israeli soldiers, it's so many more than this. It's so many more than 400. I cannot overstate to you. Like, I have been keeping up with the Electronic Intifada weekly, even daily updates on Al-Qassam operations, and they have been killing, like, easily more than fucking, like, 20 soldiers a day. And it's like, that over the course of 460 days is not 400 people. It's probably twice that. Possibly more, depending, because, you know, what they're doing is they're blowing up a lot of tanks. And that is actually, like, huge stuff when it comes to damaging how much money they're having to spend on the genocide as well, right? Because it's like tanks are just like far more expensive than infantry, and yeah, they've been just blowing up so many armored vehicles and stuff. We saw a bit of that before I went on my my work break. I'm just gonna call it that now, my work break. When I went on that break to do a bit of work, we were talking about that before then, like people like, you know, Qassam fighters doing fucking 360 no scopes, just like blowing up 10 tanks at once and shit, like absolutely insane stuff. With like, you know, made in Gaza weaponry, like, you know, not supplied from outside. There were definitely supplies that came from outside for sure, absolutely, but the majority of stuff is like recovered, refashioned, repurposed weaponry, which is just like incredible. It's just absolutely incredible. Now, I was wondering here, while Israel will get some respite from Hamas forces in Gaza, it still has the remaining parts of Iran's axis of resistance, including the Houthis and Hamas on the West Bank, and Iran to deal with. Not really any Hamas on the West Bank. Don't know where they're getting that from. Bit weird to say that. I guess they're just calling all resistance Hamas now. I mean, they do that anyway. They literally do that. Like, obviously, there's like the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and a bunch of other different organizations aside from Hamas who are like part of the resistance. So ridiculous. Israel will begin to withdraw its troops from Gaza, and from now the killing will cease. I love that this I love that this is like, oh no, here's what Hamas won, the killing will cease. Like, you don't hear yourself, man. Or maybe you do hear yourself and you just don't give a fuck. It's so bad. What Israel has obtained that it did not have on October the 6th, almost nothing. Yeah, very true. What's interesting is that these little points here haven't mentioned the so-called Hamas tunnels, have they? Because that was one of the goals of the IOF, wasn't it? To actually, like, get into the Hamas tunnels. And they have not managed to do that whatsoever, right? And, you know, these tunnels are real. They do exist. I'm not going to be one of these guys who says there's no tunnels, it's not real. I don't know if there are people who do say that, but it's like, I just find it like so incredibly funny that after 467 days, we don't have any, like, there's been no, they haven't even attempted to do, like, you know, these like fake 3D analysis of like the Hamas tunnels and all this stuff. Like, they haven't set a fucking inch of a foot in there whatsoever. It's just not happened. Which just goes to show exactly what it has been this whole time. It's just been a massive bombing campaign, completely destroying residential buildings, murdering civilians, probably 200,000 civilians if, like, the Lancet predictions are correct. Depending on how long the ceasefire goes on for, you know, the bulldozers are already in Gaza now, and they are actually gonna find bodies. And those bodies are going to end up being counted. And I think that the count, like the Lancet says, is going to be far higher than anything that anyone has actually been counting this entire time. Certainly what Israel has been counting. You know, it's just one of those things, isn't it? So let's take a little look here. We got a couple of videos. I kind of want like a bit of a meaty one. Let's take a little look here. See if we can get something long. 90 Palestinians freed. 8 minutes. This could be good. Let's see what the Beeb is saying on this.
Let's focus on events in the Middle East. And in the past few hours, 90 Palestinians have been released from Offa prison in the occupied West Bank under the Gaza ceasefire deal with Hamas. 2 buses with tinted windows left the facility, which were later surrounded by jubilant crowds. Most of those freed were women. In Tel Aviv, crowds celebrated as 3 Israeli hostages were released by Hamas.
Yeah, card posting. As I said earlier, the link isn't going to work because my YouTube chat doesn't let you post links. So, like, if you could just tell us what your fundraiser's about and maybe tell us where to find it. I don't know if you're on Twitter or whatever. That would probably be the most helpful.
Handed over in dramatic scenes. Among them, 28-year-old Emily Damari, a British Israeli who was reunited with her mother. 24-year-old Romy Gonen and 31-year-old Doron Steinbrecher, who were both met by their mothers. Jonah Fisher reports from Jerusalem.
Free at last. After 15 months being held in Gaza, the first hostages released in this ceasefire deal were reunited with family and friends.
Looking pretty healthy, man.
Released by the Israeli authorities, showing the moment Romy, Doron and the British-Israeli Emily arrived at a hospital near Tel Aviv.
I'm happy to report that they are in stable condition that allows us and them to focus on what is the most important thing for now, is reuniting with their families.
They're likely to spend several days in hospital to allow more assessment of their physical and mental condition.
Bro, are you joking me, man? Like, I understand like the mental thing. Like, I do completely understand that. But like, you know, I'm just like not here for this. Like, oh, we need to assess their physical situation. Like, look at them, man. You've only got to look at these released hostages compared to I can't remember her name. I think it's Khalida Jarrah, the leader of the Popular Front of the Liberation of Palestine. Her hair went completely white, and maybe we'll see that in a minute. Hopefully we'll get some footage of that or like a video of that to look at. But when she was put in prison in 2023, December 2023, she had fully like jet black hair, and then, well, you'll see the state of her. Yeah.
Earlier in the day, the women's journey to freedom had started in chaotic fashion. Hamas fighters were out in force.
Oh, it's so chaotic. Hamas is so chaotic. Oh my God.
Them over to the Red Cross. Israel fought this war with the aim of eliminating Hamas from Gaza.
Yeah, they didn't quite do that, did they?
They've been greatly weakened and their leaders killed.
Yeah, let alone a Palestinian hostage. Compare the Israeli hostages released to just any cousin right now.
But the PR message was clear.
The B reinforcing that the one that matters is British Israeli. Yeah, absolutely.
The hostages were driven by the Red Cross to the Israeli military, and they were soon reunited with their mothers. In return for the 3 women being set free, Israel agreed to release 90 Palestinian prisoners. Outside Offa prison,
always prisoners, never hostages.
Into the night as checks were carried out inside. Then in the early hours came confirmation that the release had taken place. In Gaza itself, the guns did, after a small delay on Sunday morning, fall silent. For the nearly 2 million displaced, the focus is now on returning to find out what's left of home.
The halting of the bloodshed is an indescribable feeling. I thank God that I survived this war safely. However, when we returned to our homes, we found nothing but ruin and destruction.
Yeah, man.
I cannot describe the scene in words.
Yeah, it's really cool that Israel is just like definitely not like, oh, they're focusing on Hamas, aren't they? Like the problem is that people watching these news reports don't have like amazing critical thinking skills, and that's like the sad reality of it, innit? Do you know what I mean? Luckily, the majority opinion all over the world now is like against Israel, because of educators, people on social media actually telling the truth, various different like unbiased news reporting rooms, you know, all over the world doing what they can to actually educate people on what the Zionist project is and has been. That's, you know, that's like a good thing that people actually know. But like, you know, watching this, like they are reporting on what has happened, but it's the wording, it's just like so wrong, you know, just calling it a war and stuff. Like, who knows what that guy actually said? He might have said genocide. Like, I'm lucky that I survived this ethnic cleansing, or this, you know, he might have called it a Nakba. He might have called it, you know, a genocide. But the translator is like, oh, it's a war. Survived the war. You know, but you should be able to see, like, you know, where did they think Hamas were in this person's house? Like, where did they think they were? You know, if you believe that like bullshit about, oh, Hamas just like use human shields, like that's the thing. They've systematically proved that Hamas do not hide in these houses, right? They've proved that because there are so many soldiers on the streets to prove that Hamas have like not died. Like they've not been done, bro. They've not been done. So yeah, they weren't hiding in all those gaffs, were they? They flattened Gaza. They fucking flattened the fucking place. And they just, you know, they simply did not manage to get rid of Hamas. So it's one of them, isn't it? What else have I got in the chat here? Impressed the IOF managed to not blow up any of those Red Cross cards. Yeah, they would have been wanting to, wouldn't they? Absolutely fuming. Some guy in like a fucking what do they call it? Like one of them fucking the drones that you have where you just control him, like he's like got a drone above and he's like, God damn, I just really want to hit that fire button. Absolutely seething. His commanding officer having to like, I don't know, tie him up or some shit to stop him doing it. The guns didn't fall silent right away. That's true as well. That's something that should be definitely like you know, remembered, is that like Israel used the window of time in between the agreement of the ceasefire deal and the actual ceasefire to bomb the fuck out of Gaza so much more than it was doing anyway. Hey Cussy, good to see you. Yeah, long time no watch, long time no be here. I've actually just like not been here since like March last year, so don't worry about it. It's all good. It's good to see you. The small delay of the ceasefire was definitely... the small delay in releasing the prisoners was definitely... Like, the hostages was definitely on Israel's part, yeah. It is harrowing, isn't it? Like, imagine going back to this gaff. Imagine going back to your gaff and just seeing this. Like, how do you continue your life? Like, what would you do?
It's likely to be an experience repeated again and again. 15 months of war and Israeli strikes has reduced much of Gaza to rubble. The fighting has now stopped, and more aid should flow in.
Should.
After so much misery, there is at least some grounds to hope. Jonah Fisher, BBC News.
All right, Jonah Fisher. What else do we got here? Like, what is this? Who are they interviewing now?
Jerusalem.
Well, let's go live to Jerusalem now and speak to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Nell. Good morning, Yolande. So it's been a very tense, tumultuous 24 hours. Talk us through what happens next.
Yeah, so what we've seen is the first day of this ceasefire deal expected to last this stage, the first stage, for some 6 weeks. Now, we should see during this period a total of 33 of the remaining nearly 100
no worries,
Israeli
folks.
hostages
Do what you got to do.
Hamas in Gaza being released in exchange for a total of nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners who are held in Israeli jails, about half of those coming from Gaza and detained by Israel since the start of the war. Now, already we have been...
Not want to talk about how a lot of them are just held without charge. Don't want to talk about that. You don't want to talk about that?
Seeing Palestinians in Gaza as Israeli forces have begun to withdraw, starting to move around, and they should be able to move much more freely after a week as Israeli forces withdraw from more key areas in the Gaza Strip. We're also seeing a surge, a promised surge in humanitarian aid going into Gaza. That is supposed to go up to something like 600 lorry loads of aid a day. Already the UN's humanitarian agency saying that yesterday some 630 lorry loads of aid were able to enter into Gaza, about half of those going into the north of the Gaza Strip, where they are, of course, desperately needed. But still a lot of questions about this deal, which has been brokered by the US, along with regional mediators as well. I mean, it's raised hopes of an end to what has been a really devastating war in Gaza.
Fuck off with your war shit, honestly.
Of the return of those hostages.
Yeah, I can't listen to much more of this anyway, man. Yeah, just coming up to like an hour of streaming. at the moment, folks. I'm trying to raise some money to basically support myself since quitting my job because it turned out that I was working for a company that was investing in Elbit Systems, Israel's biggest weapon manufacturer in the UK. So yeah, I don't have a job at the minute, and I don't know how much they're going to pay me. I don't know if they're going to pay me at all after what I've done. So who knows? So it would be cool if I could get some donos. No pressure though. I understand it's a difficult month. I understand that people are struggling as well. But please consider subbing off Twitch, or at least, do I have a Patreon link? I don't have a Patreon link. Okay. But yeah, please consider subbing off Twitch by sending me some money on PayPal, or go to my Patreon. I'll have to like, is there like a links? Is there like a link? Socials? Is that it? There you go. It's on the link tree. But thanks, TTK. TTK's just dropped it in the chat there. Yeah, I would really appreciate like people becoming patrons. I'm going to be trying to like push that a little bit more than I did last time I was streaming, because I think like people joining on Patreon is like a bit more sustainable than like asking for donos every month. Obviously I appreciate donos as well, but yeah. Leo Valenzuela in the YouTube chat says, I hate when they call it a war. Yeah, absolutely. It's completely, it's just like the most unethical, morally incorrect way to describe it. It's simply not a war. It's an occupation of 70 plus years, 75, 78 years, nearly 100 years, really, in terms of like how long the Zionist project has been going for. And yeah, just like the genocide that has been happening, like, you know, they're massacres, it's a genocide, it's ethnic cleansing, like that is what it is. You have to say what it is. Fuck the BBC, you know. Right, where are we up to here? 90 Palestinians freed. We just watched that. Let's see what else we got. They love focusing on this like 3 Israeli hostages, don't they? They love that. It's like, yeah, let's here we go. Palestinians welcome free prisoners. Let's take a look at this.
All right, moving to West Asia, Israeli authorities have released 90 Palestinian prisoners as part of the hostages for prisoner swap deal between Israel and Hamas. The release of these prisoners was in exchange for the...
Patreon doesn't take 30% of your income. I don't know why people think that. Like, last time I checked, they don't anyway. Patreon takes... what do you call it? 8% or something? Hang on, let me Google this. Patreon cut. What's the Patreon cut? So it depends on the platform plan. It can either be 5, 8, or 12%. Mine is 8%. So yeah, it's not 30%. 30% would be insane. There's no way that I would use a platform like 30%. Game Poison Brain and Steam. Yeah, you're probably thinking of Steam, yeah. Oh, Jesus. Right, let's carry on.
Return of 3 Israeli hostages on Sunday, the first of 33 Israeli hostages due to be freed from Gaza under phase 1 of the deal. Now, hundreds of people cheered, chanted, and honked car horns as 2 buses arrived in West Bank town of Beitunia. Images show members of the crowd
Kofi doesn't take anything.
Bus and unfurled a Hamas flag. They were joined by others waving the flags of Fatah, Islamic Jihad, and several other Palestinian factions, as well as a Palestinian national flag. Earlier, the buses carrying freed Palestinian prisoners departed.
All right, listen to that. 69 women and 21 teenagers released.
National flag.
Like, it's overwhelmingly just like women and children. Man, Israel is just scum. It's just fucking scum, dude.
Carrying freed Palestinian prisoners departed the Israeli military prison Ofer near Ramallah in the Israeli-occupied part of West Bank.
Yeah, teenagers.
According to Hamas,
and the shit that you know that they're doing to these teenagers, like, you just know that they're doing it. There's been so many reports of, you know, just like various forms of assault and torture, and it's just so nasty. It shouldn't happen to anyone, but like kids more than anything, like, you know.
From Israeli prisoners included 69 women and 20.
I don't know who is Wyon? Who is Y on? Like the reporting thing? Oh, from Bangladesh, right? Okay, yeah. Hey Ninny, what's going on? And hello, Just Johnny. It's good to see you. How are you doing, everybody?
Minors from the West Bank and Jerusalem. The prisoner release, the first in the war since November 2023, followed the freeing of 3 women hostages by Hamas, Emily Damari, Romy Gonen, and Doron Steinbrecher. They were handed over to the Red Cross in Gaza on Sunday afternoon. They were later flown to a hospital in Tel Aviv in a helicopter where they had a tearful reunion with their families. Israel is named 737 prisoners, 637 prisoners who are to be released over the first phase of the deal in exchange for 33 Israeli
sick,
hostages.
horrible cunt.
More than 230 of them are expected to be exiled immediately upon their release. The agreement was negotiated with the mediation of Qatar, Egypt, and the U.S., aiming to end more than 15 months of war in the Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization has said that it was ready to pour much-needed aid into Gaza, but that it would need systematic access across the territory to do so. Much of the Gaza Strip's health infrastructure has...
Good, that was a good bit, wasn't it? When he was just like farting so much. He farted so loud just then. Yeah, I don't get where this shit comes from. I mean, I do, but I don't at the same time. Why would you do all this shit just as a regular soldier? What the fuck is wrong with them? I know the system and whatnot, but it still doesn't sink in. No, I agree. I know what you're saying. Like, it's so hard to put yourself in the shoes of like like a fascist, right? Because you have to ask yourself exactly what you said in the chat there, Cussy. Like, how can you treat people that way? From what I can see. From what I know about Israeli society, the Zionist project and all that stuff, is that like fascism is just like so baked into their everyday life. It is so it's as controversial as saying something like, okay, so imagine in Britain, right? It's super controversial to say like, I just think the king should just be like, you know, gone. Like, I just don't think we should have a king. It's like a really controversial thing to say. You'll find a lot of people who are just like, oh, I don't know about that. Obviously, there are a lot more people nowadays who say like, you know, oh yeah, that would be a good idea. But like, I'm just thinking of like a comparison. It's kind of hard to find a comparison because it's such a unique, horrific apartheid state that it's like, you know, the only other comparison that you could have is South Africa in apartheid, where it would just be so controversial for them to hear that like black people should have the same rights, like black Africans should have the same rights as white South Africans, like the colonizers. They just like, it would be so unthinkable. Like, you might as well say like chew your own arm off kind of thing. That's how it is. It's so normalized. It's just so fucking normalized to just hate Palestinians. And they don't even call them Palestinians, they call them Arabs, because of course the hate doesn't just like contain Palestinians. Palestinians are the main cause of their like ire and fascism and racism in the Zionist project. But it is also like not the main cause, I shouldn't say cause, they're the main target of their fascist ideas. It's also like Lebanese people, it's also Syrians, it's also Jordanians, it's also Egyptians, it's also Iranians, like every single like Arab state, like they just want to fucking flatten it. Yeah, they get taught a false history at school as well. The entire society is so deeply fucked. And of course, it's hard to put yourself in the shoes of someone growing up in that society, but it would be so normalized. But like, thankfully, the human spirit does indeed prevail in a lot of these situations. Like, there are a lot of like teenagers in Israel who just like occupy Palestine, who don't join the IOF on conscientious objection grounds. Not all of those people are going to have the best politics. They may say that like they still have a right to live there and be there in Israel, like Israel is like a real state and stuff like that. But they do at least like go, yeah, no, I'm not down for killing babies, bro. Right? That unspecified Arabs came in and tried to deny. They get taught that unspecified Arabs come in and try and deny the Jewish people a homeland when they were colonizing Israel. Yeah, which is just like not true. Like, Palestinians were there. The overwhelming evidence that Palestinians have been there for thousands of years. Yeah, literally. So yeah, that's it. It's tough, but like, You know, we do have to understand that, like, this is the reason that I'm like laboring this point a little bit, cussy. I'm not like targeting you and saying like, oh, you should know this or whatever. Like, I think it's important that everybody like really should understand that this is the end point of the kind of talking points that happen in lots of different countries in the imperial core, right? When you hear Nigel Farage in the UK demonizing migrants, they want to create situations like this where, you know, it's so normal to hate anyone who is not white, not cisgender, not heterosexual, that like it's just fine to do the worst things entirely, like, you know, to them essentially, for just because that's just like how people think, you know what I mean? So, you know, it's so important. You might be sat there thinking like, oh, well, it's not so bad in this country. And it's like, nah, it's all part of the same thing, man. It's all part of the same thing. As a Polish kid, I was taught extensively about the Holocaust. I'm like, it's their history. How can they not see the parallel? The conditioning must be super heavy. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like a lot of what happens as well, like with the, when Jewish people from the diaspora, go on this journey, it's called Birthright. Like they get, you know, free flight to Israel, like have a look around the occupied territories, have a look around Jerusalem and all this stuff. They like take them to this like Holocaust memorial site, museum, and, you know, everybody's crying and they're like looking at like the piles of clothes and like babies like you know empty shoes and clothes and stuff like that, and everybody's crying and stuff, and they take them out onto the Temple Mount and go, this is why you need to fight for Israel. Like they radicalize them. They're like, this, you know, all of this is under threat. We're trying to build a place where we can be safe and this can never happen again. You know, like it's just like, it's just so fucked. It's just so completely fucked. Cruel and enormous. That's right, Gobs. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as well, like the riots that we had last year, people trying to kill immigrants. Yeah, completely evidence that like the imperial core, it's so, that's what they want. They want people to behave like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm dual casting. That's right, Johnny. Yeah, Twitch and YouTube. Got to maximize that reach, bro. Got to maximize that breach.
It also estimated the cost of rebuilding Gaza's battered health system that will require more than $10 billion to repair. 8 trucks continue to move into Gaza via Egypt's Rafah crossing. The deal requires 600 truckloads of aid to be allowed into Gaza every day on the initial 6-week ceasefire, including 50 carrying fuel. Half of the 608 trucks would be delivered to Gaza's north, where experts have
World Central Kitchen lorries there.
The World Health Food Program, has said that it was moving full throttle to get food to as many Gazans as possible.
Like, a lot of these trucks will have just been there for weeks. Weeks and weeks and weeks. And, you know, some of them have perishable goods. Those perishable goods are just going to be done. Do you know what I mean? It is unconscionable, not just the preventing of food to enter into Gaza, but also like that waste that has come as a result of that. And there will be waste. There will be not just like waste, it'll be like a waste of petrol, because like, you know, they're maybe doing like multiple journeys, like being sent back or like, you know, waiting there or whatever. Like, it's just, yeah, just all the little bits of it, everything related to it is just poison for humanity and the world. It's just super bad. All right, well, we had a little less biased news there from Wyon. World is One News. That's a face you want to see, isn't it? Fucking Michael Walker. Should we see what Michael Walker's got to say about it? You know what? Do you know what I'd much rather listen to?
Negotiations.
This guy. They got him straight away. The Community Church of Boston were like, we're getting Norm on fucking Zoom straight away. Interview right now. You know? Put a comment in YouTube, but yeah, there's been a huge step forward in the Palestinian right to exist. Not only that, be free and away from Israeli control. Yeah, definitely. No. I saw your comment in the YouTube chat. I thought I said hi. Sorry, Johnny. Yeah, hopefully, like, I don't know, YouTube is working okay. Not too sure about that. Yeah, let's get the Normmeister on.
That climaxed in this ceasefire agreement. I've, of course, read the agreement, the text, and I've read some commentary, but I didn't follow it very closely. I was working on a book on Gaza, which was preoccupying me. My basic feeling, no, I don't want to call it a feeling. My basic understanding is the following. Number one, there is a interesting analogy to what just happened with the ceasefire. I suspect nobody among your viewers and listeners will know that on
Your name, please?
January
Stephen Farnell.
17th, that is today, January 17th, 2009, Operation Cast Lead ended. All due respect, that was the Israeli assault on Gaza. At the time, it seemed
We're going to watch that in a bit.
like a very large assault. It lasted from from December 26th till January 17th, what Amnesty International called 22 days of death and destruction. And you know why it ended? It's an interesting story of great relevance with the recent developments in Gaza. It ended because President Obama was going to be inaugurated president. And he didn't want this sideshow in Gaza to distract attention from his coronation.
Oh yeah, TTK.
And so he told Israel, end the attack, and it did.
You know what?
Obediently.
I believe him.
It did as the master ordered them.
Yeah.
Them being Israel, to do. In the current situation, as you will recall, about a month ago, President Trump announced that if the hostages were not released at the time of his inauguration, there would be all hell to pay.
Yeah.
Now, President Trump, he didn't want to begin his presidency by having to unleash a savage assault on Gaza. First of all, because the people of Gaza had already paid hell in the past 15 months.
I don't know if that's like I don't know if he's saying that he thinks that Trump made a moral judgment because the people of Gaza have already paid hell in the last 15 months. I think what he's saying is that like he's not sure how much more damage they could do.
So there wasn't much more that he could do. And secondly, because he didn't want to begin his presidency on such a merciless, heartless note. And so he read the Riot Act, or his emissary read the Riot Act to Netanyahu, as in signed the agreement which apparently doesn't differ in any significant way from the agreement that was agreed to in May of this past year.
Yeah.
And it ended. The lesson to be learned from there is when an American president says stop, it stops.
Yeah.
All this talk about Americans having no power, that Netanyahu doesn't listen, and so on. It's just nonsense.
Yeah.
Now, having said that, as you know, there are two components to the ceasefire. One is the mutual hostage exchange. The thousand.
God, I don't want to be cruel, but he really is like an Ent, isn't he? He's like an Ent from Lord of the Rings. He takes so long to say stuff. And I understand why. I don't think this is just like naturally who he is. I think that like through the years and years and years of being like given bad reads, uncharitable reads by the Zionist, mouthpieces, talking heads that he constantly goes up against. Like, whatchamacallit, fucking, what's his name? The Dersh, famous nemesis of Norm, Dersh v. Norm. I feel like he feels like he has to very clearly and plainly explain exactly what he's saying, because people just are just dickheads about everything to do with Israel, aren't they? Hey, Sorka, good to see you. Yeah, we're so back, and you're so back. Look at that, it's crazy. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Are being held by Israel versus the 100 or
oh yeah,
less
absolutely. Flip Feather Crunch, welcome to the stream. How you doing?
held by Hamas. There is the hostage exchange, but there is also a second aspect. That is the promise of admitting humanitarian aid on a high level.
Oh no, it's definitely. I don't think he has a neurodegenerative disease, or like it's because he's getting old. It's. I think he just is like this. Like I've watched him historically throughout the years, and he is just like this.
Say 600 trucks per day, allowing for the reconstruction of Gaza and all the rest. For those who don't know the history, lifting the blockade of Gaza, allowing for the reconstruction of Gaza and all the rest, it was promised after Operation Cast Lead. It was promised after Israel assaulted the humanitarian flotilla, the Mavi Marmara. It was promised after Operation Pillar of Defense in 2012. It was promised after Operation Protective Edge in 2014, and nothing came of it. As at the time of Operation Pillar of Defense,
that's right. One who reads, getting animated while critiquing power. People say, "Oh, you're so polemical and angry." Yeah,
and he said they were signing an agreement to end the operation, these high-tech killing sprees. They were signing an agreement, and it included a ceasefire plus the lifting or the easing of the blockade. And at the time, Barak told the other Israeli officials who were debating.
Oh no, definitely Sorka,
ceasefire plus
100%.
the end of the blockade or the easing of the blockade. He said, quote, "A day after the ceasefire, no one will remember what is written in that agreement."
Yeah, that's true.
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
I think after the ceasefire and the exchange, the mutual exchange of hostages between Israel and Hamas, all the promises about admitting humanitarian aid and allowing for the reconstruction in Gaza, all of that will vanish like snow in the spring sunshine.
Yeah, he's right. He's always right. I think that, like, well, he's not always right. He said some pretty cringe stuff. But, like, this is something that I've thought about ever since the ceasefire was announced. The ethnic cleansing isn't going to stop. The genocide isn't going to stop. The suffering of Palestinians isn't going to stop. Again, it shouldn't be a moment of respite for people like us in the imperial core. It should, of course, be a moment of respite for people in Gaza, but we need to do everything that we can to put pressure on these organizations that are funding Israel, that are giving money to Israel. Like Allianz are still investing in Elbit Systems. You've still got people like Leonardo Systems. You've still got BAE Systems. You've still got Elbit Systems themselves operating in the UK. Every single person, as much as they can, in whatever capacity you can do, needs to up the game on stopping them from being funded, because all they're going to do is use this time to rearm, get some more propaganda out, etc., etc. Don't stop fighting until Palestine is free, because Palestinians won't, that's for sure. Yeah, so that's that. Listen, chat, I'm gonna go and make a pot noodle in it. I did know that this was gonna happen. I did know that I was gonna get hungry because I'm fucking streaming at lunchtime. So like a fucking spoon, I completely forgot to sort any scran out for myself. But I'm gonna be working on this as things go forward. So don't worry about it. It's all good. I've also got some twirls. So I've just got some healthy boy dinner. On the go, pot noodle and some twirls, and a demijohn of Ribena. So there you go. It's good, that. Oh, it looks disgusting in the light. That. Don't look at that. Don't look at that too long. It's like looking into the abyss. Yeah, don't have Tom Cam set up just because. Well, Tom, I've not hung out in this room for a long time, and I'm not sure if Tom is going to be hanging out here. The tree is empty. He's not here. He hasn't made an effort to come in here. So we will see. He did come in my bedroom, which is where I was having the work PC set up and stuff. So he does come and chill with me while I'm working. So we shall see. We shall see if Tom Cam is going to get turned on. I believe that I used to say if I got a £50 dono in a day, I would put Tom Cam on. But considering A, he might not be here, and B, I don't like doing incentives anymore. Don't worry about that. You should just give me £50 because you want to see me survive. Right, listen, I'm going to make a pot noodle. I'll be back in a bit. I'll give you some chones.
knows. Those are northern ravens. The Inuit and other Native Americans worship northern ravens as creator deities. Some say that ravens have the power to predict death. The great poet Marlowe wrote about them in the 16th century. Thus, like the sad presaging raven that tolls the sick man's passport in her hollow.
Do you want to know my strats for making a pot noodle in the correct way? You absolutely should use this time to write a Palestine action prisoner and show support. That's correct, Catgirl Steph. There you go. There's the link. New pot noodle meta. Yeah, there's literally a new pot noodle meta. Thank you for getting the correct link with the correct extension on there, TTK. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, please use the link that TTK posted in the chat. We also have a fundraiser for a comrade from Manchester called Yulia. It's currently doing quite well, but like most prisoners who have been arrested for Palestine actions related stuff, all of the funds for people getting down there, because basically she's not being held in a prison in Manchester, she's being held in Bronzefield, which is in Surrey. So it's like easily a whole day's trip to get down there, visit for a couple of hours, and then come back. It's completely absurd, and basically like the people who love and support her, like her friends, her partner, are all like funding that themselves. So please consider dropping whatever you can on that GoFundMe as well. I'm hopefully going to be going down to visit her soon. So yeah, trying to do my bit in supporting her as well. Just please make sure to share the GoFundMes as well. Oh no, yeah, it's totally on purpose. Yeah, it's fully on purpose. Like, oh, what? We're just going to put you in a prison that's like, one of the biggest women's prisons in the UK is in Manchester, right? It's like 30 minutes down the road. But they decided to just put this one person from Manchester, in fact, two women from Manchester, I believe, in a women's prison in Surrey. It's like, yeah, come on, man. We know what you're doing. We know why you've done that, for real. Yeah, it's completely fucked. Just want to make things harder for everybody, don't they? That's what it is. So anyway, my pot noodle meta, yeah? My pot noodle meta is basically completely ignore everything on the packet. Yeah, what you want to do is you want to first of all get a fork and mash up the noodle. Yeah, not too much. Don't make it so it's not noodly anymore. You want to basically like get that and then just pour some water just to cover the noodles, just cover it to the bit and then leave it for a bit. You can leave it for longer than 2 minutes, by the way. It doesn't have to always be 2 minutes like it says on the packet. You want to leave it for a bit and then go back and then fucking stir it again with the soy sauce in. And then as you're stirring it, put more boiling water in. Not too much, just to cover it again. Yeah, a little bit more than it needs on the top. And then leave it for like 5 minutes. Maybe 10 minutes. You can leave it for 10 minutes. Because basically what that means is that all the water gets fully absorbed and the noodles are dead soft. Sometimes you'll have like a pot noodle and it'll be crunchy as fuck. If you like crunchy, that's up to you. But me, I'm a soft noodle boy. Often a soft noodle boy. Often soften. No, I will never crack an egg into a pot noodle. Although, I do like that one tweet from a while ago where it was like... I just love ramen. I love, not ramen. I love instant noodles so much. They're so easy. Sometimes if I'm feeling insane, I chuck an egg in there, like. Type it out on the Discord. Yeah, sure. Yeah, if I remember. Yeah. Right, okay. Speaking of which, I'm gonna go and stir and pour. Right, got it here. Fucking got it here. Yo. Oh, Beckery. Good. Yeah, Beckery. Becca. Fuck, I can't even speak. Beckery. How are you doing, Becca? What's going on? Good to see you. Everybody, please go show Becca some love. Go and give him a follow. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Sorka says, can't agree with breaking the noodles, but good advice with the water. I always get the Bombay Bad Boy one. Recommend leaving the sauce sachet in the water so it's easier to get out. That's pretty smart. That's pretty fucking smart, isn't it? Like that. Sometimes if I'm feeling adventurous, put the whole sauce packet into my bulldog noodles. Yeah, maybe I'll put all of it in. I don't know. Let's see. Muel once again stirring the pot noodle. That's right. That's right. Thank you for the shout out. My pleasure. Like, it's great to see you, honestly. Like, first day back streaming in 6 or 7 months or something. What's going on? I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Very good. Meditated this morning. I normally tell the chat about stuff like that, but I neglected to do so today. Yeah. Actually got on some meditation this morning, which was really good to do first thing in the morning, first thing in the day. Yeah, felt pretty good. Felt pretty real. And I'm feeling pretty real, you know? So there you go. Let's do some more content. Let's see if we got any.
ASUD authorities have released.
Shh. Let's see if we got anything else that we can look at that's like on this particular subject. Gonna be a group meditation for David Lynch today. Let me find the announcement. That would be cool as fuck. It was definitely David Lynch that reminded me that I should do that, by the way. Oh yeah, meditation. Just to mention, because I can, free Palestine. That's fucking right. All day, every day, Becca. All day, every day. You didn't get super sleepy from having your eyes closed in the morning? No, it actually woke me up. You know, meditation is not just like sitting there with your eyes closed. You will fall asleep if you do that, that's for sure. But meditation, like, generally... if you do the meditation that I do, which is Kundalini meditation, you have basically chakras to activate. So you activate your crown. You do like a bit of different breathing. You activate your crown, your third eye, your throat, your heart, your solar plexus, your what do you call it? Your stomach, your intestine kind of area. They call that your spiritual chakra. And then finally your root chakra, which is the penis. It's always depending on what you've got downstairs. You know, maybe penis, maybe vagine, maybe something in between. But like, yeah, generally like that area, like your butthole and your, you know, the gutural area, the sacral area, sacral chakra. Yeah. So that's that. It's not the sacral chakra. The sacral chakra is the spiritual one in your intestine. The root chakra is just the root chakra. Perineum. That's correct. Perineum. Yeah, and so like doing all that stuff kind of like makes you a bit like, I don't know how to describe it. It just like engages your mind. And like when I woke up, I was like, oh, well, not woke up. When I came out of it, I was like, oh, great, brilliant, feeling really like spicy. Started new ADHD meds over the weekend. Started doing more searching for college accommodations. Not looking forward for trying to figure that out. That's cool that you're going to be going to college and stuff. I love that for you. Let's fucking go. And also the new ADHD meds. Fully jealous. Fully jealous. 12 p.m. PFC, 3 p.m. EST, 8 p.m. GMT. Okay, cool. So 8 p.m. tonight. Group meditation. Everybody, let's join in. Group meditation for David Lynch. He would have actually loved that so much if he knew that that was going to happen. Mules woke. I never knew. It's true. I'm waking up. I'm always waking up. What was I going to say now? I was going to say something because of that. David Lynch. Yeah, I guess everybody wants to know my, like, feelings about David Lynch because some people, like, directly messaged me. I'm sorry if I didn't get back to you. Like, I had, like, a few people do it. You know, it's really sad. Everybody knows how much I love David Lynch and love his films and stuff like that. I can't say that I like was overly shocked or devastated or cried or whatever. Yeah, I was absolutely gutted. Like, it is so sad to lose someone like a great artist and stuff. But like, I find it hard to get that sad about someone who is quite clearly like older. And I knew he was unwell. I knew he had cancer and pneumonia and stuff. Or maybe it wasn't pneumonia. Maybe it was emphysema or like, super chronic COPD. I just knew that there was news that he was dying. He was an older fella, and like I read his memoirs I think I read his memoirs around, God, when was that? I was talking about it on stream. It was like May last year or something, or maybe February last year. I read all of his memoirs, and like everything that is in his memoirs, it's like, oh, this man has just lived such a full life. And I would highly recommend reading his memoirs. Room to Dream, it's called. Just a fantastic book. Really, really good. Really, really good stuff, honestly. It's awful to lose a guy like that. Like, it's awful to lose anybody, really. Do you know what I mean? It's really shit. My biggest emotion about his death was anger, because he was stuck at home for years since mask mandates were repealed due to his emphysema. Yeah, like he could not go out because people just refuse to believe that like COVID exists anymore and that it can hurt people. It fully can. His death was a good reminder that there are some famous people who can be universally celebrated after death without some disgusting shit that they did to someone coming up, hopefully. Oh, yeah, 100%. Like, from all, like, attestations, that's not the right word, is it? For all accounts that are in his memoirs from like his past partners and stuff like that, he was like a genuinely like very loved and respected guy. I guess you wouldn't have anything in your memoirs that was like, oh, you were a nasty abusive person, but he's very like open about like how angry and like rage filled he was and how much he lost his temper at like his first wife. He in his memoirs, and he like really feels shit about it, and like that's why he started meditating, because he realized how much it was helping him to not behave like that towards her, which was quite interesting. And most people know him to not be like a horrible, nasty director. Like, he was no Stanley Kubrick. He was no William Friedkin. Like William Friedkin would like slap actors to get a reaction out of them, and like, tell his crew to like yoink people on special effects cables to really like hurt actors and stuff. He was like, never heard a bad word about him. Yeah, I think the only like fucked up thing that he did was like sign that open letter to like not prosecute Roman Polanski for being a pedo. Don't know what his reasoning was behind that, but like, yeah, there's a lot of fucking directors on that list that are like, oh man, why did you do that, bro? What's going on? There is one bad thing, but I think in like a 78-year-old guy, in his like history, I think that's pretty good. That it's just like one pretty like iffy thing, right? But we'll see. I don't know. Lost Highway was one of the first movies Laura and I went to together. After that and Pi, I was told I wasn't allowed to pick the movies anymore. Lost Highway is like that's a pretty deep movie to watch with like a partner, like maybe like a first movie to watch together. That's pretty deep, man. Although my current partner, I believe the first film that we watched together was David Lynch's Dune, actually. And that's pretty intense. So, yeah. AJ, welcome in. How are you doing? It's a time you can watch. That's right. I'm back. I'm fucking back. How are you? That's the same reason you rarely leave the house yourself. Yeah, don't blame you. I'm still trying to... I'm getting back into the habit of, like, wearing masks again. Like, I started slipping while I was, like, away from streams and stuff. But I'm back. I'm getting back on it now. Fairly easy to have a misunderstood the severity of one situation versus a lifetime being relatively on point. Yeah, defo. I like his Dune, not even that ironically. A bit ironically. Yeah, me too. I'm the same. Yeah. 99% sure Lost Highway was before we were even going out. It was really hyped in our social circle because of the soundtrack. Oh yeah, Perfect Drug. It's the best song ever of all time. I once put on Grave of the Fireflies on the second date and we were both Ghibli fans. It wasn't the movie for such an occasion. Yeah, that's pretty intense. That's pretty intense. Oh, Grave of the Fireflies, dude. You gotta be joking. We got some Electronic Intifada, so let's have a look at the Electronic Intifada report on Trump forcing Israel to accept the Gaza ceasefire, right? Let's have a look at that. We got some other stuff to watch as well. I'm getting back into the flow. I'm finding some more content, you know what I mean? I'm finding some more content. It's cropping up. It's cropping right up. No stress, no drama.
I'll start with what the goals of the Israelis were for this war. Number one, the war, the violence, the genocide was supposedly to put pressure on Qassam to surrender and turn over the prisoners. So return the captives, failed. Destroy Qassam, that was goal number two. Clearly failed. Spectacularly failed.
Ooh, face mask store looks pretty good.
The other day, speaking before the Atlantic Council, that American intelligence says that Qassam is bigger today than they were before the war. And I think that's an obvious statement when you kill people's families in the way that that they've done, and people have watched and want to be a part of
discount code.
Want to be a part of the operation.
These look pretty good.
Doubt that they're larger than they, even by the inflated numbers that the Israelis give, they're larger. So number two was to destroy Qassam. Number three was to destroy the Hamas government. That failed as well. There's still administration in the Gaza Strip. The government of Hamas is able to negotiate for a prisoner exchange. They're able to manage the environment in Gaza. The healthcare system has been reestablished. The education system is resisting. The civil defense operated throughout the war, so failure on that. And number four, that Gaza is no longer a threat to Israel. Gaza now has 70,000 tons of explosives dropped on them with a 5% dud rate. They have explosive munitions for 2 generations of war against the Israelis, and they have a population that is enraged and believes that they can win wars. They believe they can blow through the border, attack Israeli military bases, withstand the genocide that the rich Western world backed against their tiny enclave, and they came out the other side. So failure on all the Israeli goals of the war.
Yeah, get fucked.
The conditions of the ceasefire that Yahya Sinwar set at the beginning, the conditions never changed. Number one,
I think it's so like incredible. Yahya Sinwar, in case everybody doesn't know, was the leader of Hamas. He went down fighting. He was fighting like an Israeli drone quadcopter, like, you know, one of these like drones. It looks like a filming drone that you might just see like out and about on the regs, but it's got guns on it. He was like fighting one of those and it shot him, and like he like lost an arm and shit like that. And like, even though he was killed in the genocide as a fighter, he, you know, this deal that he was like, this is the deal. This is what I'm presenting. This is what Hamas are presenting. This is what Al-Qassam, not just Hamas, Al-Qassam are presenting to Israel as our terms. That has been met despite them killing him. I think that's actually really poignant.
One, end of the aggression, not phases where the war goes and you get prisoners back and then you go back to war. No, an end to the aggression. That was the deal. Had to include end to the aggression, withdraw from the corridors, Philadelphia corridor, Netzarim corridor. That's number 2. That must happen. Number 3, a return of all Palestinians to the
Hey Val, what's going on?
The Palestinians must be returned to the north. They're not being trapped in camps in the south.
Hi Pitsy, welcome back to you too.
The primary goal of Israel. Qassam, Hamas refused that. People will be allowed to return to the north, that there would be a prisoner exchange, and number 5, reconstruction, and an end to the siege. Because the end of the siege is part of the ceasefire. As Yahya Sinwar said, the siege is warfare.
Tallying up failures of stated goals Israel gave is kind of implying that those were the real goals. Yeah, I mean, you know, the real goal was, of course, to like annex and settle in the in the Gaza Strip. But I do actually believe that they did want to wipe out Hamas, because even if they were to, like, you know, resettle the Gaza Strip, if Hamas is still there, it's just not going to be possible. Do you know what I mean? So I guess it's part and parcel of that. So I understand why that's something that, like, John has, like, focused on there.
Fair. You don't continue. The ceasefire agreement has to lift the siege, because the siege is war. So there's no ceasefire with a siege. And that is Sinwar's principles. And those are the principles that were agreed to. As Maureen accurately reported at the Electronic Intifada in her article, we haven't seen the final printed deal. It's still being, it hasn't been finalized. They're still talking over points. But we know, and even Biden said yesterday, that it's word for
That's
word
right, Val,
the
yeah.
same as the May 27th agreement. And we know a lot from that agreement. It is that all four of Qassam's principles, all four of Yahya Sinwar's principles are true. End of the aggression. Phase 1 deals into phase 2, deals into phase 3, but all of them are built together, and they all are premised upon an end to the aggression. Israel cannot go back to war and get their soldiers back in the second stage. So stage 1 of the deal is essentially the humanitarian aspect of the November 2023 exchange, that Israel didn't give Qassam time to find the other prisoners. So these are the 33 prisoners that are in the humanitarian exchange.
Yeah, everybody here has got a bookcase background, haven't they?
For 3-1, 3 Palestinian prisoners.
Like, these are all intellectuals, and then when it comes to, like, smelly, crusty activists, this is what you get. A room full of, like, not like what I've got here in this room is like placard, another placard, all my, like, video equipment, and then, like, I've got, like, a bag of, like, GMTU shit, just GMTU rubbish. Like, I've got, like, a bag of GMTU t-shirts that aren't complete. We don't have all of the fucking oh yeah, my bike's there as well. We're missing, like, 10 of the fucking t-shirts, and, like, there's also, like, fucking, what else is there? I've got, like, a big bag of, like, yellow gazebos that aren't even ours. The old trash background wasn't that far off. Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, the only reason I'm not doing the trash background nowadays is just because it's too much effort, basically. So, you know, get used to this. Maybe I'll jazz it up a bit, I don't know, but whatever. It's just garbage. It's garbage.
For one Israeli prisoner. Now, because Abu Ubaidah said
the MTU Ubbins, yeah.
Go back to war, the price for these prisoners will never go down. It will only go up, and it did. So in the first stage of the deal, these will happen out over each individual release, 1 per day.
So glad I don't have a pile of activist stuff that doesn't belong to me in the house anymore.
That will be released. And on the Palestinians,
I mean, technically this stuff does, you know, it belongs to not just me, but all of us, the comrades in the union. So I think it's fine for me to have it as chair, although, like, when we get a more central office, it should definitely just live there. Bisexual Palestine placard makes for a pretty sick background. Thank you, Sorka. That is why I have chosen that, actually.
Inside 2,000 prisoners, that includes the bulk. The bulk of that 2,000 is the people captured in Gaza, who were never charged, didn't have anything to do with anything. They were marched in their underwear out of shelters where they were with their families. They didn't have anything to do with anything. And Israel took them to brutal torture camps. Those people will be released. They were used.
When I bought, dude, sorry, I just have to read this chat message from Cussy, because it's really funny. when I bought old Dune books in pretty golden hardcovers, my dad told me it's some weird bourgeoisie fetish of owning stuff. I told him to shut the fuck up and give me all the Conan books he spent 10 years hunting for in a specific print. That's pretty good. So is your dad, I know you're in Poland, innit? Like, is your dad like a bit of a commie then? Like he misses the days of the regime? I don't know, like... I understand that like a lot of people in Poland are just like not down for that, but he sounds pretty commie pill based on what you've just said. Like, did he actually say bourgeois fetish? That's fucking great.
Withdraw from the Philadelphia corridor in phases. Withdraw from the Netzarim corridor in phases. The first phase in the...
My dad was in the party. What the fuck?
First week is to move...
That's crazy, bro.
Move off the coastal road, Al Rashid.
Yo, does your dad want to come on Red Planet?
The coastal highway that will allow Palestinians to move north on foot. So that is a key part of this deal. The other part of the deal is 10 hours of no overflight of Israeli drones and no overflight for 12 hours a day during the exchange. That's critical. So,
oh no, Pitsy says, recently got my special collectible hardcover of Dune, and the foreword is by Neil Gaiman. Oh no. Pretty bad, innit? I'm choosing to not, like, you know, cover that stuff. I'm sure most people know what happened with Neil Gaiman. He's just like a massive piece of shit. Yeah, just like levels and levels and levels of disgusting shit. You know, it just like multiple sexual assaults of women, massive abuse of power, trying to I guess like trying to say that it was all just like consensual kink and BDSM when it just clearly wasn't, based on like all of the fucking reports of it. Yeah, obviously, like, if there is any, like, content that people want to, like, you know, want me to watch regarding it, I'd be happy to, but, you know, just sort of on the space of, like, I think everybody knows about it, and, like, how much more can we, you know, get out of rehashing this guy's fucking horrific crimes. Great video about him by the Leftist Cooks, yeah, fair enough. If you do go read about it, prepare yourself for some of the most disgusting shit imaginable. Yeah, he really, really takes the cake when it comes to abuse of power stuff. It's really, really nasty. Yeah, the article is genuinely a nightmare. Yeah, my partner was reading it for like a couple of days, so I got all the cliff notes basically of what was going on, and it is just like, yeah, men just need to do so much better at like, you know, destroying the patriarchy within themselves, and you know, not relying on women in the feminist movement to do it. Like, men should become part of the feminist movement and have proper conversations with men about, like, you know, the way in which women are spoken about in circles, and you know, try and form some outreach groups. You know, I just think there's so much work to be done about that. You know what I mean? Yeah, even if you're generally fine about reading about abuse, you may not be fine reading about what he did. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad.
So that Qassam can find the prisoners without giving up their positions and have Israel renege on the ceasefire and massacre them. So that's necessary to get Israelis out. And then, of course, as Nora reported, the surge of humanitarian aid is supposed to be 600 trucks a day, 50 fuel trucks, half of them to northern Gaza every single day. And that's surge. And then there's some small details like 200,000 tents. That's because this deal was done in April and March and finalized in May. So 200,000 tents were necessary at that time. But 9 months of genocide, that number is going to need to go up considerably. It's 60,000 mobile homes.
There's going to have to be a conversation about the way people have responded to this. I've seen a decent number of vividly anti-queer, poly, kink, horror, anything they can associate with Gaiman's career and the allegations, and it's been really gross to see. Is there anything to be said about the situation itself? Fuck Neil Gaiman. So, what do you like? what I'm struggling to understand what you mean. Like a decent number of vividly anti anything they can associate with Gaiman's career. So people are using Neil Gaiman to be like, oh, this is why the queer community is bad. This is why the polyamorous community is bad. This is why the horror community is bad. Is that what you mean? I think that that's really fucked. I mean, it's always going to happen, isn't it? Right wingers are always going to jump on that shit, aren't they? As soon as they see something like that, people have latched onto him to say shit like that. Right? Okay. Right. That's fucked up.
The immediate rehabilitation.
Also, hey, Beanie Gaby, good to see you.
Health clinics, hospitals.
The Stars My Destination has an essay by Gaiman. Oh, God.
Immediately in stage one.
Wait, my copy of The Stars My Destination has an essay by Gaiman in which he discusses how the sexual assault scene in the book is handled. I don't think my man has got any right to be talking about that ever.
Stage 1 is 42 days, but it can be extended because at the end of stage 1 is the negotiation for stage 2. Stage 2 is when the soldiers are released. And that is where there is still back and forth about the names of people to be released. So the stage 1 of the deal is 33 Israeli captives for 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, 250 of them with life sentences. And just...
Oh, I see what you mean, so okay, yeah, so people are like... Right, so people are saying that, like, anyone who writes the kind of thing that he writes are automatically suspect. I mean, yeah, like, that's so bad because it's not... it's not the art that someone makes. Unless that art is very quite clearly, like, pro-rape or pro-misogyny, right? If you're just writing, like, you know... fantasy stories, which, to be clear, I've never read any Neil Gaiman stuff. I don't know, and I'm not just saying that to be like, oh, I don't give a fuck about that guy. Like, I've never, ever, like, you know, I'll always, like, talk about how fucking disgusted I was when Marilyn Manson stuff came out. Like, I loved that guy's music. I loved it. Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of his tunes spoke to me in, like, a pretty fucking solid way. You know, I was just disgusted by it, and it sucks that, like, he's completely ruined, like, a section of my childhood where I used to really, like, idolize him quite a bit. Do you know what I mean? Find all that stuff out. And it's like, you know, but, like, I've never read any Neil Gaiman stuff. I don't know why. It's just, like, not really interested me, I guess. But, like, yeah, unless you're, like, writing, like, horrible, gross rape fantasy stuff, you know, you're not, like, you shouldn't be suspect. Like, the people who are suspect are the people in the social class who perpetrate these things, and it's overwhelmingly cisgender heterosexual men with money, like wealthy cisgender heterosexual men, overwhelmingly. Not even just wealthy, like cisgender heterosexual men are the most likely people to do you know, sexual violence. And also, while we're at it, while people are talking about grooming gangs, white cisgender heterosexual men are the most likely to do that kind of stuff. So there you go. Madness. Yeah, no worries, TTK. Yeah, I get that. I get that.
Sinwar said that these people could go back on October 8th. If Israel wanted, they could have taken all of these humanitarian people in the humanitarian release. They could have taken them all back on October 8th.
Yeah.
They could have done that, and they didn't. They could have taken them all in November if they had have extended the November pause for a week and allowed Qassam.
Yo, Prince, what's going on? Good to see you.
Do that. And as a result,
good to see you, my friend. How are you?
By
odd time to come in. Ain't that always the way? Yeah, yeah.
Instead of 3 for 1, it's thousands, and it's 250 prisoners with life sentences. So core cadre of the resistance who have been in prison, and Israel expected prison to be their grave, like Yahya Sinwar, who was released in the Shalit deal, are going to come back to Gaza. And that's a significant accomplishment of the resistance as well.
Yeah.
So those are the main deal as far as we know it. There's a Hebrew version, an Arabic version, and an English version that all match on the May 27th agreement. And it's the basis of the agreement that went to the UN. Was it the Security Council? I think it might have been the Security Council.
The
In
one
any
that
case,
the U.S. kept vetoing. Linda Thomas
until they got it.
Greenfield, her
But
legacy.
then ultimately there was one that Biden accepted, and that's the one where he had the ice cream cone and microphone, and he thought there.
What has the last year been, man? Like, the last year has just simply been the worst fucking shit ever. Like, the most clown politics bullshit I've ever seen in my entire life. Just that thing where John Elman was saying there, the ice cream cone, where he like said that the ceasefire deal was good. It's just like the levels of disgust that I have for like that guy, you know, are just like beyond, absolutely beyond. We shouldn't be surprised when men in power abuse that power. Rape isn't a bug in the patriarchy, it's a feature. Yep, that's feminism 101. You know, we should all like know that baseline understanding of feminism. Patriarchy is rape culture. That is what it is, you know. Yeah, like I'm just thinking about that fucking clip. Where's that fucking clip? Oh, I meant to show this before. Where did it go? Oh no. Where did it go? I lost my fucking Hold up. Is it done? Aha. Yeah, I wanted to show this before.
Your name, please?
Stephen Bonnell.
Mr. Bonnell, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
I'm going to believe that's not controversial.
Mr. Bonnell.
Literally,
Mr.
you can
Borelli,
Google it. You can
Mr.
Google
Borelli,
it.
with all
Mr.
due
Finkel's
respect,
mirror.
the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. With
Multiple
all due
commanders to
respect,
tell all these
Mr.
people
Bonnell,
signed-
to see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bonnell,
Let me read
Mr.
one.
Borelli,
Let me read it. Let me just read
Mr.
it.
Borelli,
I think I want to read one.
Let him read.
Absolutely not. You're
Mr.
dead
Borelli,
wrong.
Mr. Borelli, please,
Mr. Borelli,
about the English language.
Did you read the case?
Yeah.
It is
Mr.
a highly
Borelli,
special intent
I'm
to be
going to
convicted
ask you
of
again.
genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the declaration of the judge is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron.
Display on camera if you're comfortable putting yours in
Mr.
books,
Borelli,
okay?
I read the case around 4 times.
They just don't show genocidal
Mr. Borelli,
intent.
brace yourself.
The Israeli Minister of
Mr.
Finance on the
Borelli.
8th of October.
Oh, this fucking wet weasel prick. He's such a wet weasel prick, isn't he? I'm not scared about talking about any of this stuff anymore, by the way. This cunt is a fucking cunt, and his video got me so much fucking harassment. Like, fuck this guy. I swear to God. And I'm not scared about saying any of it anymore, because it's just like, it's just been too long now. It's been 2 years since I made that fucking video. And, like, I still get these fucking losers in my fucking comments being like, oh my God, I can't believe you didn't apologize for the Xandahol video. And it's like, bro, I swear to God, man, like, I ain't apologizing for shit. It's that fucking Jesse Ventura clip. I've been thinking about this clip recently because I was thinking about Abraxas. Where is it now? He like
Opie, so you still believe Kyle over?
Oh man. Where the fuck was it? Jesse Ventura, he says something like, you apologize when you've done something wrong. Is that?
So I
can't find the clip. Does anyone know what the clip is? Can anyone find me the clip where Jesse Ventura is like, no, you apologize when you do something wrong? Like, classic. It might not even be Jesse Ventura. I don't know. I can't remember. You love Abraxas? Human incarnation of a wet wipe. Yeah, he is, isn't he? And he sucked off a fascist, didn't he? It's pretty good. It's pretty funny that happened, isn't it? It's almost like that's all we were saying all along, wasn't it? That debate pros simply just love to suck off fascists. These fucking rad lib losers. Hey, Sneaky Sid, what's going on? I'm at a university which is full of fascists where our main pro-Palestine group has been overwhelmed by liberals who are categorically against direct action. There are only a couple of people who are cool still here. Most of them have graduated. Losing hope for the university-based campaign. What should I do aside from abandon it and focus on other organizing efforts? I mean, you're a university, right? So you have people who've graduated. You've also got like freshmen, right? Freshers who come in. There will be freshers who want to get involved in pro-Palestine direct action organization. I would say if you're still at university, it's still worth like making a society and trying to recruit some more people from freshers. That's what like the pro-Palestine movement at University of Manchester has done and stuff. I forgot that happened. How could you forget? How could you forget? How could anyone forget that he sucked off Nick Fuentes? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. You know, it's just like I told you, you know, I told everybody. I was telling everybody. Hey, my pleasure, comrade. Yeah, I hope it goes well, Sneaky Sid. Sorry to hear that. That it's been a bit bad. No, he literally, how do people not know this? He literally sucked off Nick Fuentes. There's like a Husker, do you not know this? Husker, welcome in. So like we were doing a Red Planet bonus hangout, like a private hangout, and Sophie said to me, she said, Muel, have you been on the internet in the last couple of weeks? And I said no, and she said, okay, did you know that Destiny sucked off a fascist? And yeah, I didn't know that. And I laughed a lot because, you know, it's like, you know, it's just like, that is vindication, right? It's just vindication, isn't it? Like, obviously I can't show you the video of it, but basically it's a gross and nasty thing that Nick Fuentes did. But of course, what else would a fascist do when a liberal agrees to suck you off, right? Because that is exactly what a fascist is going to want to, like, make sure that the entire world sees: a liberal sucking them off, right? You know? And so Nick Fuentes filmed Destiny against his will doing this, or maybe not against his will. I don't know. Like, I know that they filmed a bunch of stuff together and like they were sending it to each other or whatever. Like, you know, that's what people do when they have sex, like film each other, etc. And Fuentes just released this, or like someone leaked it or something like that. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of like revenge porn. It's a bit bad, but like, you know, let's face it, man. Like, he's sucking off a fascist. Like, that's it. No, like, well, that's the joke of it, right? That's the joke of it, that we used to say it metaphorically all the time about these radlib debate bros all the fucking time, that they're just sucking off fascists. They're getting fascists on their live streams to debate stuff that doesn't need to be debated. There's no more debate to be had about these things. They're just normalizing, fraternizing with fascists. And we used to say that all the time. They're in a circle jerk with fascists and each other. But actually, it's true. They are actually literally, not just metaphorically, but literally sucking each other off. I mean, actually, like, you know, they're trying to like get sucked off by liberals. The fash are trying to get sucked off with the liberals more than the you know, the other way around. It is hysterical. I can't believe that people don't know this. It was huge. I mean, to be fair, like, some people in the chat have said, like, quite correctly, is that like someone called Luigi Mangione allegedly like shot a CEO as well. Yeah, that was huge news that kind of overshadowed it. That's absolutely correct. But yeah, no, just like, I can't believe people forgot this or like didn't know it happened. I'm so glad that you're shocked and happy to see me back, dude. Like, yeah, I'm glad to see everyone in the chat, honestly. It feels good. Feels good to be back. Yeah. I guess, like, for some of the people who have come in the stream and missed, like, the start of the stream, I'll just, like, reiterate why I'm back for, like, a hot minute, I guess. Like, there's no reason not to. Basically, the job that I got after I stopped streaming last year was with a company called Allianz. And I did a bunch of research before I got the job to make sure that they weren't on the BDS list or anything like that. And I saw like an article or two from like 7 years ago or something, and I was like, oh, okay, well, they're not doing anything now. And they seem to be like refusing people insurance to travel to Israel. And I was like, well, that's quite based. So I just got the job with them, but it turns out that they have a subsidiary that is one of the biggest investors in Elbit Systems, right? So Elbit Systems is Israel's biggest weapons manufacturer in the UK. It's who Palestine Action target a lot of the time. And they also insure Elbit Systems as well. Like, they offer insurance. If they didn't have insurance, they wouldn't be able to operate. So I found this out around October time when Palestine Action started doing some actions at Allianz offices. And I was devastated. I felt disgusting to have worked for them for so long, and I didn't know what to do. So basically, last Monday, I sent a big letter all around the company to say, please sign this petition to get... the directors to stop investing and insuring Elbit Systems. I sent a company-wide email, and then I sent an email to my manager saying, so sorry to give you this stress. You're a top guy. Really appreciate all the support that you've given me, because he is a good manager. He's been really, really sound and really lenient and stuff. And I said to it, I just said, I'm withdrawing my labor from Allianz until something is done about this. I do feel a bit shit that like I couldn't stay for longer. I just couldn't stomach the position for longer to like try and organize the workers to like go on strike or anything, because that would have been the most effective thing to do. But it was really like kicking my ass in terms of like mental health. I just couldn't stand working for that company as soon as I like realized it. Do you know what I mean? And so yeah, that's that. So that's why I'm back on Twitch. So I would really appreciate any and all donations. I don't know like what my future is with regards to employment. Hopefully I can come back to streaming and making YouTube full time. But obviously that's like a difficult, uncertain thing. So we'll see. I'll obviously have to probably get like a part-time job in the meantime if possible. But yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, that's why I'm back. That's why I'm back. So there you go. Don't call Luigi a hero. He's an alleged hero. Yeah, very true. Okay, so back to this Nick Fuentes Destiny stuff. Why did... Rohamield is saying, 1, why were they hanging out? 2, why did he have sex with him? Okay, so 1... what is it? What is it? 1... he's hanging out with him because that's what these fucking libs do. Liberals, like, you know, especially when it comes to content creators and streamers and stuff and debate bros, they're just gonna hang out with fascists because those are their peers. Fascists are their peers. And it's also who they appeal to when it comes to, like, debating the radical left, right? It's like, oh, you know that this guy's a radical leftist, and, like, I don't agree with them. Like, you've got some reasonable opinions, Mr. Nazi. That's why they were hanging out. That's why they were friends. Why they were having sex? Sometimes dudes like to fuck. That's what I know. Famous dude having sex with a guy. Yeah. I know all about that. Sex, fascists, revenge porn, and economic bravery in the face of genocide were so bad. Yeah, literally, was so bad. Prince. Yeah, true. Yeah, thank you, Barn Program. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I did do the right thing. And hello, never have I ever read Yowie, one of my favorite usernames in the chat. Hell yeah. Welcome back. How are you doing? I'm glad that you're happy I'm back. Homo fascism, baby. Yeah, real. That's what it is. There's a whole fucking thing about homo fascism. My partner has been like talking about it at the minute, who is actually Barn Program in the chat, about how like fascists hate women so much that they would rather like fuck dudes, basically. And like it just stands to reason, isn't it? Like a lot of fucking Nazi like SS officers were engaged in that shit, like Rome and what's his face? There was like another couple of guys who were like that. Nick Fuentes though have some standards. Yeah, it's bad. I get the urge, but every adjacency to attempt, I backed out with panic. Yeah, like, I'm happy to, like, talk about this a little bit. You know, like, essentially, like, you know, I had the same thing when I was first, like, interested in having sex with men. Like, it can be very scary because you don't, like, understand it. You know, like, I didn't understand, like, the dynamics of how it was going to work. Like, I didn't know, for example, that I'm a top, right? So I wouldn't want to, like, receive anal sex. I would want to give it. And also that, like, you don't have to do anal sex. There's lots of other types of sex that you can do with men. And also some men have vaginas, etc. So it's one of those, and they're happy to have those vaginas. So, you know, you can never be so certain that queer sex is going to be particularly anything. You just kind of have to make sure that you, like, you know, want to have a fucking nice time with someone that you like. That's the main thing. Women can't stand either of them. Yeah, Destiny or Nick Fuentes. Yeah, that's real. Yeah, you get it. Yeah, for real. Raw dog it. No, please at least get on prep. Please do not get about shagging without a Johnny. It's very dangerous. You can upset yourself. You can do yourself a mischief. Have you ever thought that fascists were too busy to suck each other's dicks? You have both overestimated how much work fascists do and how long it takes for them to suck each other off. That's true. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Overwork, but I need the money. Having you stream up while I work is good. Hell yeah. Good to hear it. Good to hear it. Right, okay. Let's get back to taking the piss out of fucking Destiny.
War.
Wait,
you do know how to pronounce my name. Are you mispronouncing it intentionally?
Yeah, he made you into an Italian.
He sucked off a Nazi,
Maybe
man.
meaningless to you, Mr.
It was
Bernal.
meaningless to everyone
Okay,
in the region.
Mr. Bernal.
Mr. Bernal.
Mr. Bernal. Don't you?
It's the way he says it. Like, Bernal is his, like, real name, right? But it's like the way that he says it with such uncertainty. He's like, Mr. Bernal, like...
Subject.
The actual
Destiny
alternative.
should talk about making money.
Stream is so truly backward talking about shit dick. That's right.
Idiocy. Listen to this.
The only option
Mr.
is combat.
Bernal is now an expert on Palestinian mentality.
Where it was a good
We
faith
have
effort.
a written record.
With all due respect.
We have a written record.
Who is this guy? This is Destiny. This is who we're talking about, Lorcan. Yeah, he sucked off Nick Fuentes. Mr. Whoever the fuck you are. Destiny Benelli, Destiny Benelli, Destiny Benell, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Spaghetti, Mr. Spaghetti, Mr. Bugatti.
I don't know why you're referring to it,
Excuse me? I just said there are 15,000 pages on Annapolis.
And I'm sure you cherry-picked your favorite quotes
I
from
don't
all of them,
cherry-pick.
okay?
Hey,
That's
at
great.
Oh, the guy who keeps saying Mr. Benell. This is Norman Finkelstein. He is like a noted academic on the subject of Palestine and the Israeli occupation of Palestine. Free for me, but a little money for you. Thank you so much for the 32-month sub, Prince. I don't know why the alert didn't go off. That's a little concerning because if people have done anything, I can't tell. So apologies. Yeah. Thank you so much for the 32 months of Prime, Prince. Really appreciate you. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Read some of his stuff but never saw a photo. Yeah, that's Finkelstein. Yeah, that's Norm Finkelstein.
That's
Mr.
great.
Burrell, at least I had a quote to cherry
That's
pick.
great.
All you
Finkelstein,
have
and
is
I can,
Wikipedia.
Do you want me, I can,
All you
I
have
can
is
give you do you want
Wikipedia.
quotes? They asked for all of Israel in 67.
Okay,
what do you
Mr.
think those
Bernal,
wars were about?
you talk
You're not going to
so-
respond
you
to
talk
anything
so-
I'm saying because you have no
I'll
answer.
respond to you.
That's correct.
Okay,
yeah.
Mr. Bernal.
If you're a historian, if you do all this work to get to things, tell me what they said. Don't just tell me a sentence. Tell me by what
Mr.
metric.
Bernal.
Because they were...
This is great, dude. It's just so good. He's just like such a floundering shrimp, isn't he? He's such a fucking absolute, like, flapping around like not a real person, like a deflated balloon. It's just great. It's just great to see that fucker flustered. There was like another video that I was gonna. Oh yeah, the fucking Biden ice cream. Biden ice cream clip. Oh, this one, man. I remember watching this on. I remember watching this on stream, man. Do you remember, everyone? We watched this live.
Well, when you think that ceasefire will start, sir?
Well, I hope by the beginning of the weekend. I mean, the end of the weekend. At least my national security advisor tells me that we're close. We're close. It's not done yet. And my hope is by next Monday we'll have a ceasefire.
Okay, thank you.
Chat, has he had Botox? Hey, Jeremy, how are you doing? Welcome in. I've always thought this about Biden. Has he had Botox? Yeah, he didn't say which weekend. That's his 4D chess master plan, right?
Ceasefire will start, sir?
Well, I hope by the beginning of the weekend. I mean, the end of the weekend. At least my national security advisor tells me that we're close. We're close. It's not done yet. And my hope is by next Monday we'll have a ceasefire.
He got a 20 euro note in his hand. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a euro note. I think he's like in Italy or something. Maybe. Yeah, mate. Yeah, mate. Fucking knobhead. Ladies and gentlemen,
going to be
the weekend.
So this is just...
It's like some nice gelato, bro. It's true.
Was done last year.
Vanilla ice cream being the cornerstone of his personal brand.
4 months of genocide, and
he's just lost. That's true.
They have less of their people to bring home. So it's clear that the goal was
a monster, but such a pronouncedly bland monster. Well, that's like the disgusting grey sludge of neoliberalism, isn't it? It's these like old, like, you know, again, like, you know, I don't want to focus on like geriatric conditions of health and stuff like that, but when you do get old, it is definitely time to stop working and doing stuff. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at, Husker. It's the banality of evil, isn't it? He's just like an old granddad who shouldn't be in the position that he's in. He's not got the faculties for it. He's like acting generally like according to his morals, because he has always been a disgusting racist piece of shit, Joe Biden. Like, to be clear, there was a lot of people like talking about you know, when he was vice president for Barack Obama, like, or he was his advisor, I can't remember which, like how it was so absurd that he was like sitting with the first black president of the USA when he was such a racist. Historically, he's been such a racist. But yeah, old granddad war crimes. Yeah, it's just like a sick fucking sad world that we live in, innit? Do you know what I mean? Giuseppe Bidenelli. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it, innit? The banality of evil.
As it's always been.
And you know, a big aspect of this is, and I'm going to talk more about Donald Trump's involvement.
Yeah, real soccer, definitely.
This is confusing.
Even Kamala Harris versus Trump was just such a bad idea.
Trust this.
Such a bad idea.
Why would Donald Trump insist on this? And I get why people say that, but you have to always look at fundamentals, which is Israel threw everything it had at Gaza.
As a filthy vanilla cishet, I wasn't talking about Biden. I felt left out during the gay stuff convo, and banal sounds like anal. Yeah, but it doesn't when you say it properly, does it? Banal sounds like more like canal. Banal, anal.
Just everything. Israel had everything.
Hello to all the familiar names in the chat. Weirdly nostalgic. It's like nothing even happened. When I'm looking at the chat now and it's like everyone's chatting and like people are, you know, hanging out and it's all the same heads. It's just like nothing ever happened, innit? It's like the seven months that I've not been here. It's just like not happened. And that is a testament to you lot as my community. I'm telling you now, like it filled my heart with so much joy that you're all just like here hanging out today. Honestly, appreciate it so much.
Resistance and
petition to say anal like banal. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
But look at the Israeli press today talking about, you know, how the army is broken. There's a big story in Haaretz today by Dalia Scheindlin about how the levels of mental trauma, absenteeism, family breakdown.
Yeah, it's great to see you, Stalker. It's great to see everyone.
Want to come back.
Same as it ever was.
The army is broken. And Abu Ubaidah told them this would happen right at the beginning. He told them, this is what's going to happen to you. You're either going to be killed or you're going to go back.
Little head empty today, but good to be back. Hey, listen, aren't we all?
Disabilities or mental disabilities. And it all played out like Abu Ubaidah said. So they couldn't keep going. And then you take all the economic and social aspects that we touched on in our discussion with Shir Hever earlier on, and I've heard.
I found the clip, chat. I found it.
Apologize to her? No, she should apologize to me for the lie that her husband told about me. Why would I apologize? I didn't do anything. You only apologize if you've done something wrong, pal.
That's just me. That's just me when all these losers are like, when are you gonna apologize for that Xanderhal video? This is my fucking response.
You do your homework. Would you apologize to her? No, she should apologize to me for the lie that her husband told about me. Why would I apologize? I didn't do anything. You only apologize.
Yeah, it's the Fox arsehole. Yeah, that one guy. It is, yeah. What's his fucking name? This guy?
Costing his family.
Waters World? Waters World? He was an Attitude Era wrestler. He was.
Would you apologize to her?
This guy, isn't it? Yeah. Is his name Water or Water? Jesse Waters, that's it. Did they spell his name wrong? Or is that how you spell his name? Jesse Waters. Waters World. Welcome to Waters World. Fucking loser. Loser ass loser.
In the past few days, people giving me all these.
Jesse Ventura. Jesse Ventura was pre-Attitude, right? Okay, yeah.
And they're going to go back to the war after phase
2Ts.
1, and it's all
young Jimmy Kimmel
between Donald Trump and Netanyahu, and this
kind of looked like that. That's right.
Frustrates me, I have to say, because we are robbing the resistance and the people of Gaza of their achievement. And they did come through this, and they came through this at a very high price. And the particularly the children, who are going to need a great deal of care, of psychosocial support. They're going to have tremendous trauma, but the Palestinian society in Gaza did and will come through this. But
since WWE went to Netflix, I've been on a deep dive of PPVs. Well, they got like a bunch of old pay-per-view stuff on there. That's crazy.
Because they are saying it. And just one example, and this is not the only one, is this article in Haaretz today, which is headlined, "How Trump Scared Netanyahu into Accepting a Ceasefire Deal."
Governor of Minnesota during the Attitude Era. Yeah, no, he was. That's right.
You know, one of their hard-nosed military guys. He's not a leftist. He's not Gideon Levy. And what he says in this article is that after the war, I'm just going to read a few bits. It's a long article. Hamas is in a better position to take control of civilian affairs in Gaza and gradually rebuild its military strength. So there, confirmation from a hard-nosed Israeli military intelligence type correspondent guy that Hamas is not only not
That's crazy,
destroyed,
Pitsy. No way.
It's going to recover its strength, and it's still the unchallenged ruler inside Gaza. Then he says the Israeli public will be surprised when it finds out what the person who says he wishes to be remembered as Israel's defender, in other words, Netanyahu, had to concede during the negotiations. It's not just control of the Philadelphia route, but also the Netzarim corridor, including the ability to genuinely monitor.
That Netzarim corridor is what I was talking about before when I was saying that, like,
Palestinian civilians
they were trying to establish that corridor in between the sea and the border of Gaza.
With humanitarian aid per day, 100 more than the daily average before the war. And then it says, during the months in which he rejected the plan, which had already been proposed last May by the Biden administration, Netanyahu is mainly worried about his radical right-wing allies Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, who threatened to dismantle his coalition. It now appears that Trump left him with no other choice. We'll talk about that. And then there's this sentence, which I just loved. Some of the prime minister's blind followers are going through a painful sobering up these days. Trump is not an admirer of Israel or Netanyahu. So this is, of course, all counterintuitive because we were told for months that, however genocidal the Democrats are, Donald Trump is going to be even more genocidal, whatever that could possibly mean, given the hell that people in Gaza have gone through and us.
Sorry, folks. I don't know what's going on with my alerts. Thank you so much, Aslan, for the 18 months of Prime. Welcome back, Aslan. Can I get a shout out for Aslan, please?
Going through. So I guess I want to talk about why Trump would be doing this.
I think that part about Hamas being in a position to control civilian affairs in the Gaza Strip now is so key, because how long did we hear for the past 15, 16 months, how many Western politicians did we hear saying, even Bernie Sanders said something along these lines, that Bernie Sanders said, you can't have a ceasefire with Hamas in place in the Gaza Strip. All these European politicians saying that Hamas can play no part in the future of the Gaza Strip, and so on and so forth. In the texts of the leaked text of the agreement,
yeah, don't worry about that one.
That have been
shout out command AJ. I'm gonna have to. I've been gone for 7 months, so I don't know what's going on with that.
There's no mention of that. There's no mention of Hamas withdrawing or ending civilian rule. So it's very clear they're going to be still in place again.
And there's nothing, of course, about Hamas disarming in the agreement. But
that's so true, Val. If Trump actually does maintain peace, liberals will be so pissed that Palestinians aren't suffering more. Like, you really just have to see how much of the same side of the coin liberals and conservatives are in the, in the fucking in the grand scheme of things.
Of course, Asa.
Yeah, no worries, Sorka. I should be going till about 5, so yeah.
Hamas in place.
No worries. Go get yourself some sunlight. That's a great shout.
Going to organize the return of your hostages and so on. And I just want to remind people what Netanyahu said in Congress in June when he got, 57 standing ovations. He said,
see you in a bit, Husker.
That, the war in Gaza could end tomorrow if Hamas surrenders, disarms, and returns all the hostages. But if they don't, Israel will fight until we destroy Hamas's military capabilities and its rule in Gaza and bring all our hostages home.
And they didn't, did they?
Total victory means, and we will settle for nothing less. That's what Netanyahu said. So by his own standard, this is a complete defeat.
Yeah, defo. Make sure you get some sunlight if you haven't already. It's a good shout. Don't be like me and rot in the dark.
Let's talk about.
Done a lot of rotting in the dark over the last couple of weeks. It's not great.
On Israel and what that means, and how
doing streams at this time is so much better for me, chat. I can't even begin to tell you, and that's why I'm so glad that you're all fucking here, because it's like I would hate it so much if my core audience just weren't able to see my streams if I change my fucking schedule or whatever. I'm super jazzed to be streaming at this time. I've been live for 2 hours and 42 minutes and it doesn't even feel like anything. And we're gonna play some games in a bit. Some actual real life Vibbington games. That's gonna be great. My mental health has improved so much since I tilted my blinds open a tiny bit permanently so I actually get sun. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a real thing. Does it count as getting sunlight if my walks are at 6:30 a.m. and it's pitch dark? It will in a couple of months. You'll be smashing it in a couple of months. I'm going to leave this on for a sec while I just go for a, That's piss. So, back in a tick.
And I guess the first thing I want to do is remind people is that on, I think it was January 7th, Trump posted this video of Columbia University professor Jeffrey Sachs on his Truth Social website. And let's actually watch the clip, Tamara. It's a short video, but this is what Donald Trump, the incoming president of the United States, posted on his social media account.
And you may actually hear from grown-up reporters who are lying through their teeth or ignorant beyond imagining that, oh, the war in Syria, yes, Russia intervened in Syria. Well, do you know that that Obama tasks the CIA to overthrow the Syrian government, starting 4 years before Russia intervened? What kind of nonsense is that? And how many times did the New York Times report on Operation Timber Sycamore, which was the presidential order to the CIA to overthrow Bashar al-Assad? 3 times in 10 years. This is not democracy. This is a game. And it's a game of narrative. Why did the U.S. invade Iraq in 2003? Well, first of all, it was completely phony pretenses. It wasn't, oh, we were so wrong, they didn't have weapons of mass destruction. They actually did focus groups in the fall of 2002 to find out what would sell that war to the American people. Abe Schultzky, if you want to know the name of the PR genius. They did focus groups on the war. They wanted the war all the time. They had to figure out how to sell the war to the American people, how to scare the shit out of the American people. It was a phony war. Where did that war come from? You know what? It's quite surprising. That war came from Netanyahu, actually. You know that? It's weird. And the way it is that Netanyahu had from 1995 onward the theory that the only way we're going to get rid of Hamas and Hezbollah is by toppling the governments that support them. That's Iraq, Syria, and Iran. And the guy's nothing if not obsessive. And he's still trying to get us to fight Iran this day, this week. He's a deep, dark son of a bitch, sorry to tell you. Because he's gotten us into endless wars, and because of the power of all of this in the U.S. politics, he's gotten his way. But that war was totally phony. So what is this democracy versus dictatorship? Come on. These are not even sensible terms.
So that was posted by the incoming president of the United States. That's incredible. Incredible if you think about it. And Netanyahu said nothing about it, not positive, not negative. But that video, the fact that Trump posted it, caused shockwaves.
That's piss.
Fear in Israel, because what this does is it sends.
Yeah, Trash Bingus will definitely be back, but not today. Nah, not today. I'm afraid that's not happening. I'm gonna start it back up in February. On Wednesdays, first Wednesday of the month, as per usual. We'll be playing a bunch of shit games. Yeah, very exciting, innit? Very exciting. Could you imagine that?
A message that don't count on unconditional support from the United States. Don't think we're going to fight your wars. Now, does that mean I think that Donald Trump is definitely not going to do something stupid like attack Iran? No, that's not what I think. But I think it creates enough uncertainty about his position that if you're Netanyahu, you can't confidently count on Donald Trump to back you up 100%. And in a sense, that's the genius of Donald Trump, is that he leaves us all guessing. We don't know exactly what he's going to do, and therefore there's a lot of power in that. So when he sent his advisor, Steve Witkoff, his envoy, to arm twist Netanyahu and tell him, you're going to do this deal. And some more reporting came out today.
It's your birthday.
That said that Steve Witkoff went over and told Netanyahu
on the first Wednesday in February
about your Shabbat. Get over to your office.
There you go, big B-Day Prezi for you.
Boy came down to his office on Shabbat just like he was told to do. But Witkoff apparently told him that Donald Trump is serious about this deal. Don't mess it up, which means that Trump and his people know that for the past year, Netanyahu is the one who has been sabotaging these deals. And I want to get into the why I think Trump might be doing this more in a moment, but I think it's very important to say at this point that we said right at the beginning of this genocide that it could be stopped with one phone call from the President of the United States. And this is essentially Eventually, that one phone call.
Yeah, that's exactly what everyone's saying in it. Sorry, I'm just getting used to like muting the mic and stuff again. Chat, do you want to see something cute? There he is. There he is. What's going on, baby boy? Are you famous? There he is. It's you, look. All those people there. All those people there, they wanna see you. They wanna see you, little man. Yeah. He's the young man of all time, isn't he? The prince himself. Oh, you don't want that, do you? Want to go, don't you? Well, go on then. I mean, you could stay there if you like. I knew he wouldn't want to. He is so baby. He is so baby. The young man of all time. There you go. There you go. We got a little bit of Tom, didn't we? I knew it'd happen. It's only because he's bothering me for his playtime. That's what it is. His like energy levels get high after he's like eating a certain amount of food. Like he's had his breakfast and his lunch. Someone's giving me a fiver. Someone's giving me a fiver. Who's this? Who's this? People are giving me money and I can't see what it is because my fucking alerts are fucked. I don't know what's going on. Why are all my alerts muted? Thank you so much, whoever that was, for the dono. Thank you so much for the £5. Let me have a look. Dazadar, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also had some like followers. Sloopian, thank you for the follow. Flip Feather Crunch, Barn Program. Thanks so much for the follows, everybody. Really appreciate you.
That proves that.
Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, Dazadar. Really appreciate you.
This act
Money Foot Boy.
Democrats put on, that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Tony Blinken and Linda Thomas Greenfield and the other blood-soaked war criminals put on, that, oh, we're working tirelessly for a ceasefire and that we just have to convince the Israelis to come along, was always BS. They could have stopped this.
And that Hamas was the one holding up the negotiations over and over and over.
What's going on with my alerts? Test. Switch. Follows. Right, now why did I hear that? That one worked, didn't it? Did you hear that? So that one worked, and then what else? Test. I don't know. Subscriptions. Raid. Yeah, that's working. Right, you all heard that as well, innit? You've only heard the tests, not the actual ones. Why is that? That's so weird. All right, sorry about that, folks. We'll figure it out. We'll get something. Nah, I've not switched from elements to slobs. Nah. No, I've not done that. Nah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out as it goes along.
Over again, we heard Tony Blinken.
There's always these things when you come back from streaming after a break.
Hamas's court. They refuse to come to the negotiations table. It's, or their demands are preposterous and ridiculous. And, but, and as we said at the time during those instances, that this was complete BS, that it was Israel always refusing to do the right thing, that it was Israel and the U.S. ensuring that this genocide, that this Holocaust could be continuously perpetrated without any repercussions.
No, you see, I'm not talking. Prince has just donated 1312. Thank you so much for the 1312, Prince. Thank you very much. Thank you for the dono. Right, now this is really sad because this is my favorite alert. It's so stupid and long. Let's have a look here. Right, events. How can you test? Twitch follows. Things have changed. Raids. There's like a different variation there. Variation. Save changes. Yeah, test that. Oh no, that was right, okay. That was a raid. Wait, hang on a minute. We're gonna figure this out. That alert has absolutely got to play. Prince deserves it, I deserve it, everyone watching deserves it. Donations, tips. Maybe it's because they're tips, I don't know. Maybe manage variations. I think it might have fucked up. Oh no, it's okay. Right, okay. 1312. Right, can I not test that? Edit. Can I test that? It's working now. This is the stupidest thing I've ever made.
Fuck the police.
This is a test donation.
Let's do it again. Let's have it again. Make it big. Wait, let's make it big. Is this the volume here? No? Okay, interesting. I don't know where the volume's coming from. It did change the volume for yous. Right, okay. I mean, is it loud enough now?
Fuck the police.
I think oh, fuck the police. I think that, like...
This is a test donation for £69.
Yeah, it got louder when I messed with it. Thanks, AJ. Yeah, so I think what's happened is I think that Streamlabs has messed with their alert things, so I don't know why it doesn't happen or doesn't work. So I'm just gonna, like, yeah. I'm gonna have to investigate that tomorrow. But for the meantime, thank you so much, Prince, for donating 1312, £13.12. Let's have some 13s, 12s in the chat, please. And also, thank you so much, Tazadar, for the £5. Really appreciate that. And everyone as well for the Prime subscriptions. I think 32 months and like 18 months from Aslan. 32 months from Prince and 18 months from Aslan. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Without any justifications.
Yeah.
Completely in flagrant violation of every single humanitarian international law on the books. And that...
Hey, Sloopian, welcome to the chat.
Again, do what it wants because the U.S. lets it. We actually have a clip. Maybe this is a good time to go to that clip of our friend Max Blumenthal challenging Tony Blinken at the U.S. State Department today.
It's as good a time as any.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic clip.
And Sam Husseini, our friend, the reporter.
Salut, mon ami.
Did the same thing.
100 reporters in Gaza were on the receiving end of your bombs. Why did you keep the bombs flowing when we had a deal in May? We all knew we had a deal. Everyone in this room knows we had a deal, Tony, and you kept the bombs flowing. Why did you sacrifice the rules-based order on the mantle of your commitment to Zionism? Why did you allow my friends to be massacred? Why did you allow my friends' homes in Gaza to be destroyed when we had a deal in May? You helped destroy our religion, Judaism, by associating it with fascism. You waved the white flag before Netanyahu.
We'll have the time to take questions at the end.
You waved the white flag before Israeli fascism.
We'll have the time to take questions
Your
at the end.
Your father-in-law was an Israel lobbyist. Your grandfather was an Israel lobbyist. Are you compromised by Israel? Why did you allow the Holocaust of our time to happen? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide? You too, Matt. You smirked through the whole thing every day.
These are all the right questions. He's asking all the right questions. Oh, and this is Sam Husseini as well, like being forcibly removed from the press release.
You pontificate about a free press? You pontificate...
He's yelling at Anthony Blinken, who is the US Secretary of Defense, who has basically given the green light on all of the genocide in Gaza over the last 467 days.
About a free press? You are hurting me. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. I am asking questions after being told by Matt Miller that he will not answer my questions until I'm asking questions. Wasn't the point of the May 31st statement to block the ICJ orders? You blocked the ICJ orders.
Please, sir, respect the process.
Respect the process. Respect the process. While everybody from Amnesty International, to the ICJ is saying that Israel's doing genocide and extermination, and you're telling me to respect the process.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? That is just it, isn't it? Respect the process. That is liberals 101. There's a process, actually, and you're getting in the way of it, and you need to respect it. Please respect the process, actually. That's the most important thing. The most important thing is the process. Doesn't matter what the process is resulting in. We have to... there are forms to sign. There are waivers to be... There's legislation in place. Just go quietly now while we violently remove you from this space.
Criminal! Why aren't you in The Hague?
Yeah. We know why they ain't in The Hague yet.
Just look at... Sorry, that was Sam Husseini. The first one was Max Blumenthal. The second was Sam Husseini. Now, imagine if that was at the Kremlin, and all those American journalists, all those obedient scribes of the legacy pro-government media would be screaming about press freedom in Russia. And Russia. They all sat there in silence as their colleagues were being dragged out for challenging a literal genocide. It's so disgusting, but it's so satisfying to see Anthony Blinken and these other war criminals challenged to their faces like this.
Yeah, it is satisfying, yeah.
They're asking the right questions, the questions that nobody else in the so-called Washington press corps
Passing Penguin, thanks for the follow.
to ask or dares to ask is, there was a deal in May. Why did you pretend that Hamas was the ones blocking it? Everyone knows that's a lie. Genocide was their choice. Genocide was their policy.
Yeah.
And they used the cover of negotiations, as Asa called it, a ceasefire process, to as a cover for their genocide, and they planted
Sanchez, thanks for the sub on YouTube.
The American media, which the New York Times and the Washington Post dutifully ran, about how angry Joe Biden was with Netanyahu in private, and he was calling him, using bad words against him. Utterly disgusting. And they are now exposed by Donald Trump, who picked up the phone or sent his envelope.
Okay, yo, look at this fucking state of this. I just knew that this shit would be fucking going on. As soon as I saw the images of like those healthy Israeli hostages released, yeah, I just knew that there would be these fucking losers, these fucking Zio losers. These hostages have been drugged to look healthy. What are you talking about, bro? Like, now it's just like, this is just levels of nonsense that are so far beyond anything possible. The hostages have been drugged to look healthy. How does that work, dog? How does that actually work? What drugs are making you look healthy, bro? Like, you know, literally no medicine for a year. What are they talking about? Where can I get these meds? Drugs you give people to look healthy, otherwise known as medicine. Yeah, they've been correctly cared for medically. Incredible. I wanted to show everybody like the image of oh shit, I can't be showing that. I wanted to show everyone the image of I should just like not go on Twitter just in general. I think her name is Khalida Jarrah. Yeah. Before and after. So like this is an image of Khalida Jarrah. She was a council member. Now, I don't know if she dyed her hair. Like, she's 61 years old. I don't know if she was dyeing her hair at this time, right? She could have been, for sure. She's got pretty good roots, if that's the case. Like, pretty good root work on the go. But I know that, like, this is what she looked like when she was arrested in 2023, right? So in December 2023, she was arrested by Israel, the occupying Zionist entity, and then she was released the other day. Even if you don't take into consideration like the hair color, like just like looking at her is like, God, dude, she looks fucked. She looks absolutely fucked. You know? Like a whole year in solitary confinement. Let's see what Maya Abdallah says. I met Khalida at my mother's best friend house in Ramallah only a month or so before her arrest. I interviewed her husband when I met them, and he told me about the suffering Khalida was constantly subjected to in prison. She gets arrested every time something political happens with no jury or trial. He taught me about the phrase administrative detention. I cried for days after finding out she was back in solitary. I called my mum in tears and she was silent. My mother had sat with her for many days at her friend's house. We all shared meals. She was very quiet. As a community, we must ensure this is the last time Israel takes Khalida from her home in the night. The top picture is the day she got arrested. The bottom is from today. They can't keep torturing our people like this. Yeah, it's fucking absolutely fucked. Completely fucked.
Over and said, you're going to stop this now. You're going to sign the deal that you refused for, for the better part of a year. And Netanyahu said, yes, sir, I'm going to do it. And all the reporting in the Israeli media, we've had these last minute glitches yesterday and again today, and now the cabinet is delaying the vote. The Israeli media see right through it. They're saying, oh, this is all Netanyahu acting out to the end to pretend that he is in control and that he is fighting for every last concession, whereas the reality is he is not going to dare defy Donald Trump. Now, the question is, why is Trump doing this? I've had lots of people saying to me, oh, Ali, that there's no Trump has no sympathy for the Palestinian people. I don't assume he does. He's never really expressed any sympathy for Palestinians. He hasn't in his statement since the ceasefire deal has announced. But what do we know about Donald Trump that's consistent? And I discussed this in the article that Tamara just put up that we published the other day, is that Trump has expressed, as we saw with the Jeffrey Sachs video he shared, this impulse against the endless wars, not because he has great sympathy for the targets of U.S. imperial wars, but because he sees these wars as draining the United States and costing the United States. In his first term, he was a complete failure at stopping any of these wars. And in fact, he contributed to the situation now by, among other things, ordering the assassination of General Qasem Soleimani in Iran.
Yeah, that's right.
Of course, supporting Israel to the hilt, which is why this is now so surprising. But what is consistent about Trump is that he doesn't seem to have to put any value on so-called US allies.
I had like I heard like a good take, and I can't remember who said it, on what Trump is like basically doing at the moment. And it's his legacy, right? When you get to a certain age and you have a certain amount of power in countries like the USA, it's like, right, this is it. It's time. If I'm ever going to do it, it's going to be now. I'm going to run for president. That's why you see all these like weird nobodies who have like loads of money. They're like wealthy people from, you know, like businesses that you just never heard of or whatever, because they're like shady and they don't want people to know about them. They'll have like loads of dough, and they'll be like, right, it's time to run for president. Like, that's literally just like what Trump did. And what was the other thing? He, that's why he's like saying all this like nonsense stuff about like, oh, Canada should be ours, and Greenland should be ours. We need to make Greenland great again, and blah, 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 all this nonsense. I'm going to sign all these executive orders and blah, blah, blah. Like, he doesn't care what they are. He doesn't care how like evil they are or whatever. Like, you've only got to look at like the TikTok thing, right? The TikTok thing, I don't know if anyone knows, but TikTok basically just like was said to be banned in the United States. I don't know how anyone doesn't know this, by the way. But then it all of a sudden automatically got saved because Donald Trump was like, oh no, let TikTok happen, right? No TikTok ban. It's not going to happen. When he was talking about the TikTok ban for ages, like for years, he was like, this is Chinese software. It's in the hands of Americans. We don't want that. Like, he'll do anything in it. Do you know what I mean? It's about like, he wants to do something big and powerful so that people remember him. That's what it is. Yeah. Kiss the ring. That's it. Literally just kiss the ring. Yeah. It's just like, that's all it is at this point. He just wants this like bizarre legacy. By the way, hi B-Rat. Sorry. I got completely distracted. I saw your name in the chat and I got so fucking distracted. Hope you're doing okay.
He doesn't care about NATO. He's hostile to NATO, and he's hardened that position. In his first term, he was saying they have to reimburse us and pay up 2% of their GDP. He's raised that to 5% now. He's saying NATO countries have to pay the US 5% of their GDP, basically, or increase their defense spending, which would all go to US military industrial companies anyway, mostly. And he doesn't care about Germany, which is supposedly the bedrock of the transatlantic relationship. And he doesn't care about Canada, the largest US trading partner with the longest land border between any two countries. And he's prepared.
What about rebat?
He's saying, we'll cut off
rebat.
The trade with Canada. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. He's insulting Justin Trudeau as the governor of Canada. In other words, as if it's already the 51st American state. So that's what's consistent about his worldview, is that he doesn't put any value in these relationships that he doesn't think directly benefit the United States. So,
oh, and something's just happened as well on my fucking widgets as well. Like, the actual amount of money that has been donated to me is now in the bar. Like, that's ridiculous. It was showing £58 before, and I just don't know why. So that's why I changed the goal to 658, because I was like, I want the goal to be 600. I don't know why. It was coming up as 600, like, it was coming up as £58 already donated. I have no idea what's going on with Streamlabs, so apologies. This will all get sorted by Wednesday.
The question I would ask is, why would he care about Israel, which is a tiny country, a massive drain on the United States? According to Jeffrey Sachs, and in a video shared by Donald Trump, is dragging the United States into these wars that have cost literally trillions, have cost the United States literally trillions. And Israel, he looks at that and he says, well, we've sent them.
I've just noticed that the text as well on the chat widget is like not that big. So apologies to people who are reading chat actually on the stream above my head. I'm I'm going to try and increase. That's going on my to-do list. 2 things on the to-do list there. Like, 1, increase chat font size. 2, sort out the alerts.
$25 billion just since October 7th. And
they can't
Joe
win.
Biden wants... Sorry?
And they can't win.
And they can't win. And Donald Trump, there's one thing he hates is a loser. He likes winners. You know, that's the type of guy he is. And Joe Biden wants to give Israel another $8 billion on the way out. So that's why I'm not so surprised by this. And his approach is, well, if we're paying your bills and there's no one's bills is that the United States is paying more than Israel's, then you do what we say. And the implication of this also is it shatters the myth that the Israel lobby drives things. Trump may be a singular figure in a sense that he has the political clout to do this. And I think one indicator is...
Is that correct about Justin Trudeau? His dad went into the Cuban mountains and became a guerrilla fighter. Justin Trudeau's dad. Pierre Trudeau. And he also was the Prime Minister of... His dad was Fidel Castro. Why are you saying this?
You know, I looked at this.
Why was his dad Fidel Castro?
Take the most fanatical pro-Israel person you can find in the United States Senate.
There's something I've missed here.
Lindsey Graham.
Speculation that Fidel is his dad because his mum was there in a plausible time frame. Justin's parents swinged in Cuba about that time. They approached Fidel at a bar and was like, "Hey, we saw you from across the bar. We like your vibe. Please get my wife pregnant."
And you can't find anyone more fanatic.
This is deep Canada law. Someone left a comment on a video the other day. I think it was one of Sophie's videos, and it said, "When is Red Planet going to do more Canada content?" And I guess we found it. Check Justin and Fidel's face comparisons. I can't believe I'm doing this. Justin Trudeau, Fidel Castro comparison. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Right, his nose is completely different, and his eyes are like not. It's like, nah, man, sorry, like it's just so stupid. This is so stupid. Oh god, like Trump has been talking about this. Trump repeats debunked conspiracy about Trudeau being Fidel Castro's son. Oh yeah, the ears are just like not. Oh, it's just. Oh god. Oh, I love the internet, man. The content is really just. It's just happening all the time, isn't it? There's so many comparison photos. It's ridiculous. What? This one is so stupid. Look at it in a light. Like completely the wrong face shape and everything is so good. This is so good. Yeah, look at these guys, man. Look at these guys. Look, they're so clearly related. It's like if they did any more of this, they would soon realize, you know. I mean, if they had brains, they would soon realize how absurd racism is, because it's like, yeah, people do just be looking the same. Like, people do just kind of look like each other. Like, humans do just kind of look like each other in general. That's why we shouldn't hate each other. Do you know what I mean? That's why we shouldn't, like, murder each other based on, like, slight differences on how we look, right? You know what I mean? It's just so stupid. Trudeau's on the left and Castro's on the right. Yeah, that's it. This is just so... This is quality, man. That's quality shit there, right there.
Anti-Palestinian and genocidal than Lindsey Graham. If this deal had been the same deal had been imposed on Israel by Joe Biden...
I've never seen two human beings more clearly related.
Lindsey Graham would have been...
They're so related.
He would have been saying, we have forced our ally Israel, who we love more than life itself, to surrender to Hamas, to surrender to terrorists, and it's a disgrace that Joe Biden has done this. Well, guess what? Lindsey Graham loves this deal, and he's only mad that the Democrats are trying to steal credit.
If only he had his dad's revolutionary spirit. Yeah, if only.
So, to me, that's a significant indicator.
Have you lot ever heard Che Guevara's concerns about Fidel? It's really funny to read criticism of Fidel. Like, it's fucking really funny. He says, like, what is he? Oh, what's the bit? There was like a writing that he did, where he was saying, I can't find it right now, but he was saying, like, I'm concerned about Castro's lackadaisical attitude. It was used in a basketball move. It was a basketball move. I don't think it's real, but, like, I don't care. Basketball. Is this real? Fidel Castro spammed the Euro step so much it made Che really mad. But like, he did love basketball. Like, to be clear. Che, vibes about Fidel are off. I'm gonna go to the Congo, yeah. I can't remember what else it was. It was like, he said something along the lines of, oh, here we go. I have no idea what this forum is I've just found. Oh, it's from a Medium article. I don't know if the Medium article that is quoted here is like... Let me just have a little look. What's it saying here? Che, I was fine with Fidel until he fucked that Trudeau woman. until I saw him cooking Pierre Trudeau in a hotel room in the hotel cook chair, executive Cuba executive Cuba hotel cook chair. How Fidel Castro invented the Euro step, a brief oral history. It should actually be called the Cuba step. Let's have a look. Che, oh, here we go. Che Guevara. Journal entry by Che Guevara, 12th of December 1962. In his frequent basketball matches, Fidel has started using a new move he simply calls the step. It is undeniably effective, yet its goodness equally deniable. As revolutionaries, we must not merely pay attention to ends, but to means. I worry that this flash and pomp is not befitting of the revolutionary leader. It serves to separate him too much from those caught in the chains of a maudlin life, marred by oppression and economic strife. Yes, it leads to a basket, but at what loss to the communal spirit like this can't be real. That can't be real. I read it and I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. But now that I'm reading it again and I know that it's in like it's in a Medium article, I'm like, I don't know if this is real. Yeah, he was a sore basketball loser, yeah. That might be the funniest thing anyone has ever written. It's just so... Oh, what's real?
That the politics
What is even real?
around Israel are capable of changing surprisingly quickly. Now, does that mean that I think everything is going to be rosy, that Donald Trump is going to be a great ally of the Palestinian people, that that he's not going to take measures that that are incredibly harmful to Palestinians? None of that. But for the moment, this is where I think things are, and things are contested and contestable. And it is not a given anymore that the United States is just going to be in lockstep with Israel, especially after this catastrophic last 15 months, which, even if you disregard the suffering of the Palestinian people, have done nothing for the United States, nothing for its influence in the world, nothing for its hegemony, nothing for its economy. Nothing good has come out of it, even from a purely American nationalistic perspective.
I think that's the key point, really, is that this is contestable. And if there's one thing that you can say about Donald Trump is that he has, I mean, unlike Antony Blinken, who's clearly a fanatical Zionist, and unlike the sort of desiccated husk of whatever's left of Joe Biden's brain.
You inspired me to get a pot noodle.
You know, who
truly an influencer. That's right, TTK. That's how it works. I do stuff and I say stuff, and you lot, you don't even think. It just goes in. You don't even notice it go in. This whole time, I'm literally like, donate to Palestinian prisoners, GoFundMe's, go and write letters to Palestinian prisoners, go write letters to Palestine Action prisoners, donate to their GoFundMe's, etc. And you're all just going to do it. That's how it works.
Commitment to Zionism. You know, as you were saying, he likes winners, and Israel is increasingly starting to look like a loser. And it's what is, you know, and you've talked about this, Ali. You talk about
you got a baguette to dip, which is your meta. Let's go.
Shift we've seen really in the last year or two on the right in the United States, where there is no longer complete lockstep unity in favor of Israel like there used to be. There is increasingly more voices on the right in America who are more skeptical of Israel. And in a way, I suppose that's kind of similar process to what happened in the US.
Carbs on carbs, hell yeah.
Over,
like a pie bomb.
For a longer period. Yeah.
8 years of every time something going my way, my head goes fucking prime.
Yeah, and then
there you go. I don't even say that anymore.
Last point I want to make on this is
there you go. Inspirational great of your generation.
Trump wants to, you know, he wants the Gaza thing to stop because he wants to push forward with.
Sorry, Chad, gotta have another wee.
With restoring the Abraham Accords and so on. In fact, he says that himself in a post on Truth Social that he put up after the ceasefire deal was announced. And he said, with this deal in place, my national security team, through the efforts of the special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, will continue to work closely with Israel and our allies to make sure Gaza never again becomes a terrorist safe haven. We will continue promoting peace through strength throughout the region as we build up the momentum of this ceasefire to further expand the historic Abraham Accords, referring to the agreements that normalized Israel's ties with the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Morocco. And of course, the big prize here, supposedly, is Saudi Arabia. And there have been, you know, murmurings and rumblings that that's what he wants to do. And what I want to say about this is all of that may well be his intention. There's nothing in there that sounds great for Palestinians. He doesn't talk about Palestinian self-determination or even a Palestinian state. He doesn't mention it at all. So this is not an ally in that sense. But the point is, America's plans don't necessarily go to plan. What is it that the resistance fighters say? They plan and Allah plans, and Allah is the best of plans. They plan and God plans, and God is the best of planners. Well, we can paraphrase that a bit, that America plans, but America isn't always the best of planners. My point is that the Abraham Accords were already in place when Trump was president last time, and that didn't stop October 7th. That didn't kill the Palestinian cause, as they hoped and intended it would do. And just adding Saudi Arabia to the list, a country that has done nothing for the cause of liberating Palestine, and formalizing a relationship with Israel that it's already had, really doesn't change the equation. So that may be their intention, but what the last 15 months have proved is that no scheme, no group of collaborators, no set of Arab tyrants posing for photo ops with Benjamin Netanyahu, none of that will make the central question of Palestine disappear. And
that's
the
piss.
option, Israel, this was the thing that hung over everyone, that Israel could go in and just, they believed they could do it. They believed they could go in and destroy Gaza.
Went into a fugue state. Now there's a pot noodle in front of me. Didn't even have any in the house. There you go. That's how it happens. You can't escape it.
Topple Hamas. They didn't destroy the resistance, and the resistance still has its weapons. And this is crucial, because a deal like this doesn't depend on trusting Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu. It's why the resistance insisted on structuring it in phases, so that they have leverage at every step if Israel decides to renege on the deal, which is a very high...
I'm just learning that for my entire life I've been saying renege wrong. I thought it was renege. It's so confusing when you have like a colonialist language that has like just like got a lot of influences from other colonizing, invading forces. Do you know what I mean? Oh, Sophie, how are you doing? Rushing home to watch my favorite streamer, Donkus Jalonkas. That's right. That's absolutely correct. Who would have thought it? Everybody should go and subscribe to Sophie from Mars, and watch her on Twitch and all that nonsense, all that stuff. I don't know if that's Sophie's Twitch channel, actually. Maybe don't follow that one. I've forgotten what Sophie's Twitch name is. But yeah, everybody go follow Sophie. How you doing, sweet? Renege? Renege? It's not renege? Yeah, that's upsetting. I've got that wrong my entire life. I've simply just gotten that wrong my entire life. So, fuck that. Can't see that chat. That's because Sophie's in the YouTube chat. That's why. That's why. It's pronounced renege. Yeah, renege, innit? Yeah, renege. Right, yeah, so there you go. Anyway, that's that. Okay.
A possibility, because that's what Israel does. And even if we get through all three phases and then Israel decides to reinvade Gaza or whatever it is.
Nah, not filtered.
The resistance still have their weapons. And so that's where we are. I just want to say all that because really this is an achievement of the resistance. And that achievement has even changed and affected politics within the United States. And we should not approach this as everything is a foregone conclusion. Everything is an American secret plan that is going to be rolled out just as Donald Trump wants. That's not the way.
I was trying to get him and he escaped.
It's not Donald Trump and the United States who make history and write
Oh,
history.
thanks, TTK. Yeah, appreciate that.
Of the region
That's it. It's Sophie from Mars on Twitch.
Yeah, and like you've been saying for a long time, Ali, they don't have magic bombs. You know, they've bombed Gaza to smithereens, and yet the people are still there, the fighters are still there, and they're still carrying on. That figure that John mentioned earlier, I found so striking, of the 5% dud rate of the Israeli bombs. How, and John saying that it's enough for 2 generations of munitions. We know that the Palestinian fighters have these homemade munitions.
Thanks, TTK.
In so much detail.
Tomka's feeling us. Yeah, he's about. He's getting about. Aren't you? You getting about? Come on. He doesn't want to be shown off again.
Like to say the least, it's not over.
No, and it's clear
they're the seeders of their own downfall.
That's right. And it's clear that the Palestinian resistance in that tiny little strip of land, what is it, 5 miles by 3 miles at its widest, has completely changed the world.
Yeah, real.
This is a major, irreversible shift, not just in the dynamics of power in that region, but the impact that the Palestinian resistance has had on U.S. politics.
Yeah.
On U.S., on the consciousness of people around the world, and especially in the Western countries. And we are remarkably lucky to be able to witness that kind of change. And it has come at an unimaginable, unspeakable cost to the Palestinians. And this is not, the first time, obviously, that Palestinians have endured such terror and slaughter and unmitigated violence by state actors. But it is just an incredible, feat of defiance and of strength and of resilience. And, I think we all have to, as you said at the beginning, Ali, we have to remind each other that if the ceasefire is implemented on Sunday, and if the phases of the ceasefire take place in the way that they're supposed to, and as Palestinians begin to rebuild Gaza, and as the liberation struggle continues politically, that we have to stand shoulder to shoulder, even more so during this process. And we're not going anywhere. The Palestinians are not going anywhere, and this fight continues.
And I just want to add one thing, Nora, that I think is important. We can't let our guard down. They are going to. Trump himself promised that they're going to come after the Palestine Solidarity Movement in the United States and on the campuses. And they will do that. His administration is full of fanatical Zionists who are going to use whatever position they have to advance the agenda for Israel. So, maybe some of the big picture things are not going to be exactly what Israel wants, but they're going to push back everywhere they can. Israel is fighting for its life, and we've seen that it has no red lines. So I don't want people to be complacent. I don't want people to think they're rosy. But there are opportunities here. The price people have paid in Gaza has affected people all over the world and opened minds and opened eyes and ears to the reality, and more people are willing to join this struggle. And we have to make sure not to lose that momentum, not to let attention drift away. We have never, at the Electronic Intifada, and I read a beautiful statement today from the American Friends Service Committee, the Quaker organization. Maybe Tamara, I don't know if you're able to get it up, but it was just a wonderful reminder. I think I put it on my Twitter account earlier too, that our solidarity, this ceasefire is, here it is. This was just a great statement. Ceasefire is the beginning, not the end. And this comes from the American Friends Service Committee, which has been present in Palestine, working alongside Palestinians since the Nakba. And
This is entirely where the action is, Sophie. That's correct.
With the on Gaza over the last decade, campaigning against the blockade for more than a decade in the United States and raising awareness. And it's because of that groundwork, I believe, that so many people were mobilized during this genocide. So we have to keep building all the way. We can't let our attention, our solidarity, our determination slip.
There he is.
That is
the real star of the show.
I really want people to
look at him. He's just like a little man, aren't you? Are you like a little man? It's the guy of all time, isn't it? There he is. Buddy, your audience is... Oh. Your audience is waiting. Your performance. Do you love me? Do you love me? Got anything to say? That's where you say stuff. Just look at the state of him. Absolute state of it. He's massive, actually, isn't he? He's actually... You know what? I don't really realize how big he is a lot of the time. But he is actually quite a big... He's quite a big fella. Buddy, what are you doing? Are you going to go sit in here? Do you remember here? No, he's not doing it. He's not doing it. He remembers it, but he's just not doing it. There's one last thing that I want to show you, politics-wise, before we start playing some video game. And I saw this earlier, and I just wanted to talk about this. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty interesting. This is a medical sort of journal review thing about the CAS review. Joe Mormir from the Good Law Project talking about it. So, if you don't know what the CAS review is / was, it was an entirely unscientific paper. You can't even really call it a paper because it was just like nonsense. Basically saying why puberty blockers should not be prescribed to trans kids, which is gonna result in trans kids dying. That's just a fact. So essentially, there's a new article, New England Journal of Medicine, and Joe is saying here, sharing some extracts, but it's highly critical for a too long don't read. It transgresses medical law, policy, and practice, deviates from pharmaceutical regulatory standards in the United Kingdom, and if it had been published in the United States, it would have violated federal law. So that's a pretty bold statement, isn't it? And that's right there. It transgresses medical law, policy, practice, puts it at odds with all mainstream US expert guidelines. The report deviates from pharmaceutical regulatory standards in the United Kingdom, and if it had been published in the United States, where it has been invoked frequently, it would have violated federal law. Massive. Massive. Actually. Rare American law W, yeah. What do we got here? Calls for evidentiary standards that are not applied elsewhere in pediatric medicine and are not applied to cisgender young people receiving gender-affirming care. Yeah, absolutely. The report's application of heightened evidentiary standards probably stems in part from its deviation from standard medical scientific process. That is like standard medical scientific process jargon for this is just not a scientific paper. It's just not a scientific paper at all. In contravention of international publication standards, the CAS review also does not include any listing of the authors. Observers must speculate about who else participated in the manuscript's drafting and whether they held bias against LGBTQ plus people. Yeah, that's another huge thing, right? Like she took a lot of information literally from fascist YouTubers. She cites, you know, fascist YouTubers in her report. There is evidence of anti-transgender bias in invitations to oversee and participate in the report. Wow. There you go. Deliberately does not contain subject matter experts or people with lived experience of gender services. In other words, GAC experts and GAC patients were generally excluded from roles in overseeing the report. I mean, we all just knew this, right? No, it won't convince anyone of the powers that be in the UK to stop treating the cash review as authorization, I don't think. Like, unless people actively call it out, and at least unless people actively hold them to account. You know, if there's a press release, if West Streeting does a press release, for example, someone should go there and say, what do you make of the new, you know, what do they call this kind of a thing? What do you say about the latest entry in the new medical journal, the most respected medical journal in UK history? What do you say to the challenges it has to the cash report? That's what someone should say. What do you say about the fact that this new entry in the medical journal, the New England Medical Journal, whatever it is, completely debunks the cash review, says it's non-scientific, and the evidence that it asks for is completely biased? What do you say about that? Do you know what I mean? People should be harassing these people at every opportunity. These people, I mean politicians who are making these laws. The review misrepresented the data behind its conclusions. There you go, there's another one. We don't have to speculate about whether Hillary Cass was chosen for her gender-critical views. Kemi Badenoch has more or less told her she was. Kemi Badenoch here saying the third reason was having gender-critical men and women in the UK government, holding positions that mattered most, inequalities in health. Right there, yeah. The writing is so firmly on the war. It can be accurately described as criminal. Yeah, definitely. None of this will change Labour's position and continue to abase itself before J.K. Rowling and Murdoch and align itself with Trump and Putin and the others with more power than minorities they target. The rest of us should know the cash review is policy-based evidence-making. Yeah. Very good. Nice thread. Nice thread, Joe. Yeah. Interesting stuff, eh? Interesting, annoying, frustrating bullshit stuff. The cash review should go down in history as being on par with Wakefield's report. It's arguably worse, because in Andrew Wakefield's report, at least he tried to disguise it as having scientific method behind it. Like, in the cash report, she literally cites a YouTuber. I would argue that makes it fucking worse, genuinely. From a scientific perspective, right? I can just anticipate the journalist class who are supposed to hold our government to account being willingly useless about this and continuing to insulate the babies who run our fascist government. Yeah, they'll continue to serve the pro-state newsrooms that they love, won't they? That they work for. Right, what we doing now, chat? I'm going to play some UFO 50. If you don't know about this game, it's pretty good. I'm hoping that my Switch controller works on this PC. Sometimes it just, like, straight up doesn't. So let's give it a go. Oh, it's looking good. I gotta, like, change the game, don't I? Change the game on Twitch, otherwise you get told off, bro. You get told the fuck off. That's right. UFO 50. What can I say to you about UFO 50 that people don't know? It's a collection of 50 games and they're all really good. And you should buy it if you like games or consider yourself a gamer, because it's just like top. This bisexual Palestine, that's right. Hey, listen, no, you can't say that anymore because I made stands with much clearer. You can read it now. You can read it now. You can't just say this bisexual Palestine anymore because I went over stands with heavy marker. Send 4 men round to your house and make bear balloon animals. That is what it is, yeah. I legit assumed it was a new XCOM game. Why did you think that? That's so interesting. So, funny story about this. Sophie came round to hang out and basically got completely addicted to this one game on UFO 50 called Rail Heist, and then went home, bought it immediately, and then completed it 100%. And that is why we're best friends. That's actually why we're best friends. Right, how do I do this now? I've not done Vibby gaming in so long. UFO 50, here we go. Surely it's gonna be loud as fuck. Bring that down a bit. Funnily enough, some more, we got some more drum and bass going on here. Hang on a minute. I wonder if I can do this. Ah. All right, there we go. You all hear it okay? When XCOM was released in the UK and Ireland, it was called UFO Enemy Unknown and loosely tiled into the old Jerry Anderson show. Oh, no way. Every day's a school day. Oh, I don't think my fucking... Oh, what have I just done there? Oh, it's because I wasn't... What have I just done there? Is that just Sophie's channel? Yeah, I just dropped Sophie's channel to try in there. Hey, Rat Freak, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, more like drum and bass. Okay, yeah, my controller is absolutely working. Right, gotcha. Yeah, this is UFO 50, everyone. It's basically a fictional remake of one of those kinds of games from back in the day. You might remember if you're as old as me or a little bit younger. Sometimes you would get people coming back from the market, like if you live in like a market town like I did, for a little bit of my life anyway, going like, oh, I've just got this mint game from the market, it's so good. Wait, it saved my file. I didn't really want to do that. I wanted to... So it saved all my data. So the question is, do I start again from scratch? Anyway, yeah, it's like a remake of Action 52. Famously, all those games that had terrible whatchamacallit, like, you know, 50 games in one, that kind of a thing, they will just be very shit. They were always very shit back in the day. They were never good. It was like 50 just terrible games. But this is 50 good games. Fuck it, we'll start from the beginning. Because I know how to complete most of them. Yeah, it saved my data. It's not great. It's not great. So what's interesting as well is that it starts chronologically. This is the first game it starts with. This is Barbuta. Barbuta is basically like... I don't even know how to fucking describe it, man. But I think you beat it like this. I think you gotta go this way. I think... Just to be clear, I used a guide to beat this game the first time round because it was so fucking difficult. Weirdly, Charlie Brooker recommended I play this. Charlie Brooker! What's he doing game reviews? You remember those kinds of games for the DS? No way did they have them on the DS. That's weird. Cloud saves, gotcha. You want to buy one of those little knockoff NESs that's got 900 rip-off games on it? Yeah, that's always fun. That's how you first played Pokemon Diamond? Top. Right, so if I remember rightly, the only thing that you have to get, the only item that you have to get here is like... Just trying to think. Oh, it's a different thing? It's not like an R4 card? Oh, I don't know what user on about. Charlie Brooker used to write for PC Zone. Started off doing video game reviews? No way! He came to a theatre production that you were chefing and bartending at? No way! That's well funny. Charlie Brooker just like, alright mate, play UFO 50 innit? Do you remember my screen wipe? Do you know what's really weird about you mentioning Charlie Brooker? When I was ill like a couple of weeks ago. I was watching Charlie Brooker's 2013 wipe or something, or maybe it was the 2013 wipe, and it was so funny, like seeing all these like bits of news. Oh, R4 cards were essentially piracy devices, right? Okay, I'm with you. Yeah. Yeah, what was that? What was the one he was doing? Yeah, it was the 2013 wipe. So he used to do a show called Charlie Brooker's Screen Wipe, which was him reviewing all the shows of the week that had been on the BBC and stuff. Or, I don't think he did Channel 4 stuff, but he did like a bunch of different reviews of like TV and stuff on his Screen Wipe show. And so he would do every year like a yearly wipe as well, to like round off the year and stuff. Thought this was like an illegal ROM compilation type thing. Nah. This is like a fully legit game. It's based on those kind of a thing, though. I guess you could argue that those ROM compilations are kind of the same, but like the original games that we're talking about, where like you would have a friend come back from the market and be like, "Oh, I just got this game. It's like 50 games in one. It was only a tenner," and like those games were just like so bad. They were just like a scam. It was like, yeah, there's 50 games in one, so it's really good value, but it just never was. Do you know what I mean? He did a one-off show called Charlie Brooker's Game Swipe. I think I've seen that. That's the whole thing. I think I've seen that. Right. Where am I supposed to go here now? There's a thing you can do where you can get a key, and it means that you don't have to do a load of other stuff. I've forgotten what it is. I've completely forgotten what it is. Superb Marlowe Brothers. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. It's that kind of thing. Superb Mario Luigi game 20. Shit. When you die, you become an egg. That's what happens in this game. There you go. Some fucking phenomenal commentary. Absolutely fire commentary from this streamer today. Oh, I've just been up there. Yeah, this game is slow as fuck. Mario 9. Flunky Kang, yeah, that's right. Trying to remember the right way to do this. I know that I've got to get, at the very least, a little bat medallion. I know that that's like an absolute must-have for the boss fight. Galactic Attackers, yeah. Piss in the chat says bald. All right, yeah, you've got eyes, haven't you? Yeah, that's right. I am in fact bald. Piss, yeah. Got anything else to say? Any other revelations for us, pal? Yeah, games like Mario 9 and shit. Yeah, it's the first time I've heard that before, actually. No one has ever noticed that I'm bald before, actually. More piss wisdom, please, yeah. Please, piss. Tell us your secrets, man. I hadn't noticed until just now. That's fair enough, man. You know what I mean? I hide it pretty well, innit? Now that's been pointed out, I think I better leave. I hadn't noticed it before. That cutting critique has just put me right off. You know what, Rat Freak? I understand that. You've been a great member of this community for a long time. Sorry to have misled you so much. Misled is also a word that for a long time I thought was misled. Don't know if anyone's had that one. I was feeling so misled about this BBC article. It's a good one, that, isn't it? Yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday. Yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday around the same time, AJ. I'm looking to keep it pretty regular around like 12 till 5. So, yeah, great to see you. Great to see you in the chat again. It's good to see you in general. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Piece of Work. How's it going? Good to see you. Gonna be streaming more. I'm back streaming now. It's happening. I'm just back. That's the end of it. Right, I've got the pin now. I can't remember what the other thing I've got to do is. I've got to get candy so that I'm fast at going up. There's like a candy power-up that you can get. I'm pretty sure I've got to get that. Working from home on Wednesday from 12 till 5. That's, you see, I made this new schedule with you in mind, Lorcan. I was like, I remember everything that person has said in my Twitch chat ever before, including work schedules that he may not have had at the time. And so therefore, yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah. I just knew it straight away. I was like, yeah, we got to do it for Lorcan. What am I doing here now? Oh no, I've got to get that. No! Oh, I've completely fucked. I've got to go back where I came. Oh no. Please stay away. Right, I've got to go back this way. Oh no. Right, that's fine. Oh shit, the fucking Punisher's here, bro. This thing just games over you, by the way. Oh good, it's here as well. Can you stop following me? Alright, well I needed to come this way anyway. Streaming more than 3 hours. Oh yeah, defo. Yeah, I'm just like playing some games now. I'm just playing some Vivington games, innit? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, sorry about the shit commentary. Like, I don't know what else to tell you about this game, to be honest. It's like you get little items that you need to make your life like slightly better, but they're all passive. So like, I don't know if you can see just like above my head, you've got like the pin, which means that you can like burst bubbles, which are like obstacles. You can't normally get around them. You've got the umbrella, which protects you from like slime drops falling on your head. And then you got the necklace, which for some reason activates these platforms to go up and down. And candy makes you climb up ladders rapid like this. Look, it's so fast. Fucking meow. So I've got to jump back on here, basically, and then pray to the rat god. No, not the rat god, the bat god. Even though the rat god would be cool. And another game in UFO 50 does have bat rat enemies, which are really cool. I've never seen that. I've never seen that done before. I've never seen a bat rat in my entire life. To be honest, most of the time, bats just look like rats. So, you know, the rat god, Warhammer Fantasy. Yeah, that's right. So it's not the rat god, unfortunately. It's the bat god. And you've just got to, like, chill here for a bit. And then, like, get... Yeah, this game is super tough. Listen, the only reason that this is easy for me is because, like I said, I've read a guide for it. But I also, like, refused to read a guide for, like, a long time. I, like... It was really bad. It took me so fucking long to figure out what to do. Ah, come on now. Alright, there you go. Oh, I should get the rod as well, yeah. These fuckers are so annoying. Please. All right, well, that's one way to get around them. Sploot says hi. Hi, Sploot. Good to see you. Oh, I don't see you. So, yeah, just say hi for me. Say hi for me, please. It's like a Commodore 64 game that 3 people in the world have finished. Yeah, literally, innit? Yeah. Yeah. It took me so long to figure out everything. I refused to read a guide. And I was like, no, I'm going to figure stuff out on my own. And it just took so long. So in the end, I was like, I'm just going to get a guide. Like, I'm just not having fun anymore. And the thing is that, like, when I was reading people discussing it, I was like, yeah, like, you would, when at the time in the world when games like this would have been made, it would have been fine for it to have been this difficult because people would have times to, like, what Rohamild is saying in the chat there, like, draw maps for it. You know what I mean? Like, I remember, like, doing shit like that for video games. I remember my mum making, like, lists for World of Warcraft and stuff like that. You know, it would be someone's game for, like, the entire year. Like, I remember doing that. I remember getting games like Majora's Mask was one where, like, I had the game for 6 months and I was like, and I thought I did absolutely everything in the game. And then I got like a guide. And there was, like, so much shit that I hadn't done in that fucking game. It was just completely fucking ridiculous. Right, where am I up to now? I'm just going to have a little drink. Yeah, you had to check a map. You had to check a guide a few times. It's just really difficult to, like, know what to do. Right, okay. I want to be going down here to get the rod. There is the rod to be gotten down here. And it is not that way, but it is this way. And you have to jump to avoid that. Wait for that to go back in. Yep. Right, yeah. Rod is down here. And you can't jump too early because the spikes will get you up there. And you can't jump too early because the spikes will get you there. And the thing might get your head. Right, wait for that to go down. One place in the game you have to also do a thing that is never ever hinted at also. Oh, yeah, definitely. I don't know if you're on about, like, the bat altar. But also, like, the, there's, like, a ladder puzzle. That, like, when I first saw the rooms, I was like, what is the point of this? I don't understand what's going on. It's so weird. Why has this happened? Oh, also, this. How are you supposed to know that? How are you supposed to know that? The only clue that you have, yeah, that exists is because when you see this room here and you look at where it is on the map, there's a little map behind my head. I'll just move my face cam to show you. Like, you can see the red is, like, where I am. And that little dot, like, the black square with the grey dot in the middle is where that, like, Punisher head is. Who gets you? Just fucking gets you, innit? Oh, the block push. Yeah. You can, like, move certain blocks and stuff. Yeah, and it's just never hinted at. At all. Yeah, it's so bad. And it, like, unlocks this thing. Yeah, it's just completely bizarre. Anyway, there you go. Just a mad game, innit? It's fucking mad, pal. And so now you're in the purple zone of the game. You can either, like, stab these guys in the back or follow them very closely and then dash it. Well, he says, I think I'm just going to stab. Otherwise, I'm just going to lose. Gotta go to a choir performance? Oh, nice. Yeah, have a great one, Rohamild. Yeah. I think more people should be singing in choirs. I think it's like a lost, forgotten art. Oh no, this is, like, not correct. Is this not correct? I think this is the room of the ladders that I was talking about before. But there is like another ladder room. But once you go down out of here, you can't come back this way. Because you can't jump back up that little drop that I just jumped down. This game looks really cool, actually. Listen, like, yeah, this is... it isn't the totality of UFO 50. And it is a cool game, but that's the thing. Like, all of the games in this fucking pack are just great. They're just really good games. There's a game that I just completed the other day called Grimstone, and I was talking to my partner about it. It's like, I'm never normally a fan of westerns. I just don't really like westerns as like a genre or anything like that. And like, I never really have. But what they do is they set it in hell. So it's like a western set in hell, and there's demons everywhere. And the way that they do the combat in it is really fucking good. So I can't wait to like replay that one on stream. It's just like so good. What do I do here? It's to the right. Yeah, I go that way. Jump over. And then I can get rod. Yeah. So this little bean here gives you a rod. So like at the first point, it's like you have the thing and you talk to it and it says, "Nice sword, want to trade it for this old rod?" And you're like, "No, why would I do that?" But if you say yes, actually, it's a magic wizard rod and it's really, really good. UFO 50 is one of those situations where if something is obtuse or unclear, it's by choice of whoever made the specific game. Yeah, because there was so many developers involved in this game. I think Bennett Foddy, that guy who made Getting Over It. The bean's mouth does look like bacon, that's correct. That's a correct observation there, TTK. Yeah, so Bennett Foddy is one of the developers of this game, which makes so much sense if you've played any of the games. Like, some of the, like, more needlessly unfair ones, it's like... Yeah, I could see Bennett Foddy having made this game. Yeah, it's so good in it, Soph. It's literally great. I don't know if you've played Grimstone yet, but if you like Rail Heist, you may enjoy Grimstone. Super big brain. You are, aren't you? It's true. Oh yeah, baby. Shit, how do I get out of this? What's some other stuff that I could talk to you about? I've been gone for so long, there should be loads of stuff that I could talk about. But like, you know what it's like. Everything is removed from my head since I started streaming. I just have I've got no content in the brain. Grimstone looks peng, but Abby's not into it though. No! What the fuck? Abby, that's really upsetting, and I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. Commiserations. Getting Over It was itself a homage to a very similar game called Sexy Hiking. Oh, right. No way. Didn't know. Yeah, I spoke a bit about David Lynch earlier. What was really weird is that, like, me and my partner were watching Blue Velvet the night that he was probably dying, and we didn't know any news about it or anything like that. It's just kind of one of those films that we said we'd want to, like, watch together. And, like, yeah, it was wild. It's fine, I'll just play it myself. Yeah, no, like, I can't even begin to tell you how much I like Grimstone. And I, really don't like westerns, like anything generally western, like cowboys, all that stuff. I just think it's cringe, unless it's Blazing Saddles, or Grimstone. I also don't like turn-based RPGs at all. Like, since playing Pokemon, I was like, right, I've done that now. Don't need to play any more of them. That's it. That's the end of that. But Grimstone is just like... Oh, just the Mamma Mia, Luigi Mangione. It's just so good. What a great game. Completed it the other day. You did once date a steampunk adjacent guy. Yeah, you told me this a few times. Oh man. I love steampunk. It's just so like it's such a fleshed out style genre. What is steampunk supposed to be? Barbuta was made by the guy who composed the Spelunky soundtrack, and Grimstone was made by the guy who made Spelunky. No way. Hey, Risk Averse, how you doing? Good to see you. No, it's good. It's good to tell the chat these things for real. Yeah. Abby has a steampunk ex and went on first dates and was matched with a steampunk guy who was so steampunk. Oh man, I love turn-based RPGs and westerns, so I may check it out. Yeah, but like, you know, conversely, you might hate it, Prince. You might hate it so much. You might be like, this is the worst thing ever. It's disassociated from the punk side of it. Yeah, quite a lot. It seems to be mostly Steam and not punk. Tesco was selling steampunk cosplay hats for Halloween. Yeah, I've got to see that. Yeah, I have to stop everything I'm doing immediately. Tesco steampunk cosplay hats. Oh yeah, mate. This is quality. It sucks that punk has just come to mean aesthetic, yeah. What is this? Whoa. Okay, so I haven't found the steampunk hats, but I have found a steampunk cat poster. R38 cat hat, steampunk moggy, fun kids bedroom, black framed wall art print A4. Fun kids bedroom, black framed wall art print A4. Paul Joseph Watson, can't wait for Paul Joseph Watson to say, woke Tesco won't even say Cowboys or John Wayne anymore. It looks like AI art. It does, doesn't it? It does. What's going on here? Oh, God. What if we had a world where everything was powered by Steam? That's what steampunk dares to say, isn't it? Dare to believe. Like, if you just type in, like, steampunk cosplay hat, there's just, like, a lot of the same hats. Look at this shit. Oh, look at this shit. Yeah, mate. That's what you want. That's what you want. Wait. Yeah, that's what you fucking want, man. Just glue some cogs on. Sell it on eBay. Ruin that perfectly good hat. I will literally play any game that has an airship or trains. Trains are good and airships are good. Things that are powered by Steam are fun and interesting. Don't get me wrong. But, like, it's just so funny how it's just all the same. And it just seems really dead. Do you know what I mean? Wait. Steampunk gun on Etsy? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Steampunk gun? Wait a minute. Oh god, I nearly started crying, laughing just then. Steampunk gun. Yeah, it's rabbit hole time, baby. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, this is so good. 20 unique styles, DPI, PNG. These are just PNGs. Someone in Aotearoa is... Wait, why is this New Zealand dollars? What's going on? Oh, this is fucking cracking. A grand! A grand! This one's a grand! A grand for that! What are you fucking on about? It better suck my dick. For a grand. Bro, this looks like shit. What are you talking about? Oh, actually, that's quite cool. I like this, like, little thing that they've done here. But it's still, like... Who's paying a grand for this? Gonna make some steampunk sex toys. I mean, yeah, no, listen, it could easily be handmade from scratch. It could be. It could be. But, like, I'm not being funny. If it was handmade from scratch, it just could have been better than this, honestly. It just looks so bad. Why does it look so bad? Why have they done this? Its existence implies a market for it. There is absolutely a market for it. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. There is also a market for drones, isn't there? Doesn't mean that it's okay and good. Steampunk Drildo, and it's the Bioshock guy, but he's covered in cocks. There are steampunk sex toys. There's a whole market for them. Yeah, I can't show that on stream, but I do want to. Steampunk is full of hipsters, so there's a market for any crap you can think of. Wait a minute. Steampunk wallet. Let's just see if there is a market for anything. Psycho steampunk wallet. What is steampunk about this? Steampunk jacket. Steampunk Winnie the Pooh jacket. Oh, I can't open my fucking wallet, mate. I've got no coal. Where's the steam and where's the punk? Why are they all in New Zealand? I don't know. We need to ask Tim. This is all Tim's fault. Yeah, they just put a ton of keywords, didn't they? Yeah. It's just weird that it's all in New Zealand. I don't know why it's all in New Zealand. Steampunk wallet, steampunk Winnie the Pooh jacket, steampunk Letterman jacket, black fern linen purse hand, world's most minimalist wallet, leather utility belt. Oh no, there is a steampunk wallet. This is a steampunk wallet. It's because the URL is New Zealand. Oh, that's what it is. Tech liberals are fleeing to New Zealand as the empire collapses. Oh, this is the Red Planet Patreon. Well, you should all follow Red Planet. Why did that happen? Just wanted to open link in new tab. Steampunk pattern leather handmade men's wallet. Personalized gift for him, father, boyfriend, present, leather anniversary. Leather anniversary? Alright. Steampunk wallet. Oh, mate. No girls allowed. Men's wallet. Men only wallet. What else can you put on the end of steampunk to see if it exists? Steampunk jacket. There's going to be a steampunk jacket, isn't there? Father boyfriend. Yeah, it's good that, isn't it? Here you go. Steampunk wallet, pirate coat jacket. Look at this model. He's giving it his all. Real cow leatherman trench coat, purple velvet steampunk tail jacket. Gothic dragon leather jacket. That's not really steampunk, is it? Are they saying that this is steampunk because it's got double button do-up? Gothic Victorian style flocked dress. That's just a Victorian style dress, isn't it? Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Yeah, mate. This is the type of shit I'm on. Yeah, state of that, bro. From the back, you look like Neo from The Matrix, but from the front, you look like you could smell you at 500 yards. Oh, it's not that funny. Right, okay. Steampunk dejected stepfather. Right, I'm done with this now. That's it now. Imagining a guy trying to get into the local leather scene with one of these trench coats. Pop culture Vlad the Impaler. Anime protag, yeah. Yeah, it's good stuff. I love my father boyfriend anime protag. Father boyfriend steampunk anime protag. What am I doing in this game now? Dejected stepfather anime protag jacket. There are even steampunk novels these days. Right, you were saying, what were you saying earlier about like two cyberpunk authors did a book about steampunk and then it became steampunk. That's what you were saying, right? How popular is... What's another steampunk? Well, I keep asking this. Whenever steampunk comes up, I'm like, what is a steampunk IP? Like, I know that there's like games that have got steampunk in it. Like, I used to play one. It's called They Are Billions. It's really good. But like... I just can't think of any. Is the Dark Crystal kind of steampunk? In the Dark Crystal, there's like Moog or Mog or whatever. She's like the witch with like one eye, or her eye like comes out or something. I can't remember. And she's got like a steampunk orrery, right? But it's not really steampunk, is it? Wild Wild West. Yes, that's right. Wild Wild West with I nearly said Will Simpson. Who's that? Who's that? Who's Will Simpson? Will Smith. Arcane, kind of. Never had a father boyfriend. Had a couple daddies. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Love, Death and Robots steampunk episode. Yeah, but Love, Death and Robots came after the concept of steampunk existed, right? So I think it was just Wild Wild West. Will Simpson is a comic artist, you're right. I don't know why I said Will Simpson. I'm like thinking of The Simpsons just in the back of my head. Just at all times. The Difference Engine is the novel. The idea is that the information age started centuries early because Babbage's analytical engine worked. Right, I'm with you. Okay. Yeah. Steampunk book that opens up with a small flame and oil bottle near the top. Fire hazard. Yep, that's true. Right, okay. I've got to remember what I'm doing in this. Bioshock Infinite, kind of. Bioshock is diesel punk. That's true, they use diesel. They do be using diesel. Right, I've got everything I need now. I've just got to go to the boss. The webcomic Girl Genius is one of the most long-running steampunk things and has a very devoted fan base. Yeah, fair enough. So it just seems like a fringe thing, innit? Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, and I don't mind fringe things. Like, I'm a big fan of fringe things, just not steampunk. There's another one. It's a video game. It's Britain and it's climate change. Oh, what's it called? Frost something. It's called Frostpunk, right? Yeah, Yeah, literally, just as I was thinking about it. Frostpunk, yeah. That's kind of big. Cussy worked on it. Yeah, there you go. Frostpunk 2 came out recently. Yeah, well, did Cussy work on that? That's the question. If the answer is no, then I don't want to know. I played Frostpunk for a bit. I thought, like, this is quite good, but then didn't like it in the end. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea is OG steampunk. There you go, Prince. That's what I was looking for. I knew there was one out there. I knew it. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. And also, kinda, the original Time Machine guy. Do you remember that? The original, like, Time Machine movie? That's kind of like a steampunk thing, right? Let me have a look at this. Hang on. I keep, like... There's something wrong with this, like, controller. Keeps, like, making my mouse go up. Please stop. Why is it doing that? Oh, man. I just, like, can't use my mouse while the controller's plugged in. It's pretty bad. H.G. Wells, is that right? Frostpunk 2 is what if we made a real politic game but not political? Everyone is bad. Yeah, I love that shit. Yeah, Victorian science fiction is adjacent to steampunk, innit? Yeah. H.G. Wells and Jules Verne is the vibe that steampunk is trying to emulate. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, yeah. That might be a random other guy. The Time Machine novel. 1960 film. Like this is the thing, right? There it is. There's his steampunk time machine. It's like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That's kind of steampunk, right? Do you remember that? Do you remember Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. There you go. That's steampunk, innit? Yeah? No? Steampunk or not? We've got a new game. A new game. H.G. Wells' Time Machine, War of the Worlds. My new line to get rid of steampunk people. Oh, yeah, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That's steampunk, right? No. No, steampunk's like Wild Wild West with Will Simpson. Doesn't run on Steam. Doesn't run on Steam. Aww. True. Very true. Yeah, that's... well, there you go. For it to be steampunk, technically the main fuel source has to be coal or something which operates a steam engine. Yeah, I think that's why it's so limited, isn't it? Just like as a genre, like people are like, how feasible would it be to have like a watch that runs on Steam? Not very is the answer. Do you know what I mean? Right, I think I've fucked up the game here because I can't like... Oh, no. Hang on, let me just... Trying to get the controller to work again. And it is just like, simply not. I'm just gonna have to use my keyboard. Alright. Will Fried Shrimpson, yeah. Cause of death, hot wrist. Steampunk's just asking the really, like, important questions, isn't it? What if everyone just had a really hot wrist? You know? What if I made steam with the diesel? Can you do that? So you burn diesel to, like, heat up water to, like, turn a turbine to make whatever engine work. Did you see about the 10-minute meditation that David Lynch's family want people to do today? Yeah, I heard about that, Soph. Yeah, I'm going to do it. It's at 8:30 p.m. UK time, apparently. I actually already meditated this morning based on the fact that someone shared a David Lynch video about meditating. And I was like, oh, I do that sometimes. And I should start doing it again because it's really, really good for you. Yeah, TTK posted it earlier. Oh, was it 8 p.m.? Oh, sorry, I got it wrong. Yeah, no, it is 8 p.m. Sorry, that's my bad. Don't be listening to me. I love doing misinfo on the internet. It's my favorite thing to do. Oh no, do I need to pay this guy 5 ton? Nuclear power is all steam that turns turbines, and therefore all nuclear power is technically steampunk? Yeah. That's right. Extremely convoluted and inefficient, but would it count as technically steampunk is the real question, yeah. I hated working for Frostpunk. I got burned out and fired during a long depressive episode. Management is toxic as fuck and anti-union. Fuck them. Oh yeah, sounds shit. Yeah, fuck Frostpunk. Don't play that game. Sorry you had to deal with that, cussy. That's rubbish. Try and work out what isn't cassette futurism and give yourself a migraine. Oh, I hate that. What the fuck is that? Cassette futurism? My beautiful girlfriend misinfo, that's right. Right, I've forgotten how to complete this game. Excuse me. It's limited because steampunk as a genre doesn't really say anything. You can say things while using the aesthetic, but it doesn't come pre-built. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's just an aesthetic. And that makes sense, Sorka, as to why it's so inflated in live-action roleplay communities, yeah. Because it's like, you can have a steampunk game that is like a Cthulhu game. It's about being Cthulhu. Or about fighting Cthulhu. Maybe not about being Cthulhu. Trying really hard to play this via keyboard and it's not good. Also trying to remember the alternative path to beating this game. Trad punk. What the fuck? Traditional punk, like the original punk, which was like punks in East Germany who kept getting arrested because they were like, we don't mind socialism, but we think you're doing it wrong. Cthulhu with goggles on, yeah, that's just me. Cassette futurism is like alien. Retrofuturism, right, yeah, okay, with you. Yeah. So before people knew... So, like, analog futurism, right, I'm with you. It's like people in the future using analog technology somehow, rather than digital technology. Yes. Yeah. Computers are colossal monoliths and plausibly sentient. I'm with you. That's the game Tesla versus Lovecraft? What are you talking about? The original punk, a word for feminine or gay man or trans woman, usually a sex worker. Yeah, there you go. That's right. What are you fucking talking about? Oh, it's not... I'm so, like, brain poisoned by everything. And Elon Musk is, like, a piece of shit. Do you think if Nikola Tesla, like, knew Elon Musk, he would be like... I don't know. What do you think he would do? But this is... What is this? I'm gonna play this on Trash Bingers. Tesla versus Lovecraft. For some reason, like... I never think of Lovecraft, right? I never think of H.P. Lovecraft. In this image here, yeah, it's showing, like, H.P. Lovecraft, like, commanding a Cthulhu monster. Right? Like, that's what it's showing here. And then there's also like Nikola Tesla in a mech. a Tesla powered mech. Like, what's going on here? This is great. And then but here's the thing, like, I can picture Nikola Tesla in, like, a Tesla-powered mech. I can picture that in my brain. Like, when I do the association, I get no, like, unsettling feelings or emotions. But when I when I think of H.P. Lovecraft, I don't think of him like riding a Cthulhu demon, right? I don't think that, it doesn't come to mind. Imagining that is like so at odds of how I feel Lovecraft actually feels about Cthulhu, like, or felt about Cthulhu when he was alive. Like, to me, he was so scared of the things that he wrote. He was just like a sniveling wimp, and he would have absolutely never in a million years been able to go, he wouldn't be able to go within like a meter, within 500 meters of a Cthulhu monster of any size. He would just simply wither away and die. Twink Tesla versus Summoner Lovecraft. Bingus is going to be the first Wednesday in February. So, yeah, that's when it's going to be. First Wednesday of the month, as per usual, but not doing one this month because I missed it. If it was based on his life, he'd want to be riding on the back of an African man or something. Yeah, real. Like, he just doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who would be able to do anything like this. We can always take solace in the fact that Lovecraft was miserable his entire life. Oh, God. Hey, Sir Goosebumps, good to see you. If something is to ride a Lovecraftian monster, it needs to be a second scarier monster. That's true. Cthulhu. Hey, Ludonar. Cthulhu was an immigrant from another dimension, so Lovecraft wouldn't have liked him yet. Real. It's very true. And most Lovecraftian sorcerers end up withering away anyway. Yeah, pretty on point. It's very true. Yeah. Oh, all Lovecraftian sorcerers are hubristic, paranoid fools, and it isn't complimentary. Yeah, fair enough. And it kind of makes sense. Nicola was an immigrant from scary, scary East Europe. Yeah. That's why they don't like each other. Nikola Tesla being based and using science, and H.P. Lovecraft inventing insane new ways to be racist. So there you go. There you go! Right, my controller's still not working. This sucks. I don't know why that is. It worked so fine before. Baby man, it's just simply not your dinner time. So, you know, there's no need for that kind of nonsense. Why don't you come and say hi? Come on. He's just a little man. I've so forgotten how to do this fucking game. Oh! Excuse me. No, I haven't. Or yeah, I have. I don't want to have to get 500. Maybe he's never been fed in his whole life, actually. Do you know what? That's true. I forgot about that fact. Should just start streaming just to have Frida Kahlo jump up and meow. That's a really good reason to start streaming. Hell yeah, Frida Kahlo. Oh. Oh, shit! Thought I was definitely going to be game over them. H.P. Lovecraft, a man so afraid of the world, he wrote a whole story about his neighbor's air conditioning being secretly evil. I didn't know that was real. Yeah, that's top, that. What a well-balanced fella. Right, I don't have a key to get in there. But I kind of remember where the key is. Kind of, sort of, maybe. I'm pretty sure you've got to go to that room that I was in just before. And maybe the fastest way to get there is actually up here. This game is just so confusing on so many levels. And to be honest, what most of these games in UFO 50 make you appreciate as a gamer is like things like mini-maps. And even though there is a mini-map in this game, like it's just not quite clear like what things are. Oh shit. Oh no, I wasn't supposed to do that, even in the slightest. Right, fuck off. It's called Cool Air? My God. Yeah, it makes you appreciate things like mini-maps, checkpoints, continues, all that kind of a thing. My toxic trait is occasionally feeling bad for Howie Lovecraft because he was so scared and miserable. Yeah, I mean, like, that is a thing. Like, it's like, I think it's fine right, 2 things could be true, right? 3 or maybe even 4 things could be true at once. It's crazy how that's true. Like, yes, he was like an absolutely vile person who based all of his like opinions on racism and nonsense. But also like, it is just like quite embarrassing and sad. Like, it's pitiful that that's the case. He's like Smeagol, right? He's like Smeagol from Lord of the Rings. You want to get Smeagol and be like, yo, sort your life out, stop strangling people, but he won't because he loves the ring, right? But it's not his fault. He was just like a silly little river hobbit to begin with, and then all of a sudden, someone was like, unimaginable power and wealth, and he was like, yeah, I'm gonna kill my cousin. So it's like, yeah, fuck off. But also, it's really sad that you turned out this way. It's regrettable, right? Regrettable. I think I might be close to figuring this shit out. To be fair, whom's among us haven't killed a few cousins in their time? That's true. I, for one, completely understand where Smeagol was coming from. Ah, this is what you've got to do. I knew that this was important. I was like, why have I just come up here when there's just a coin? But actually, it's not just a coin. Because you go down here. And you go down there. And you go like that. I can't quite remember what that did. But I think it's down here. Excuse me. And there's a mimic. There's a lot of mimics in this game. I quite like it. Yeah, there you fucking go. Right, and the key is through here? Oh, I can't remember. I can't remember if I've done this right. I think I have. Oh yeah! No, this is it! Sad, but I struggle to feel bad because it's like, hey, bud, maybe you wouldn't be so miserable if you stopped being really awful. I'm not saying that I feel bad. And I don't even think Prince is saying that he feels really bad for Howard powered Lovecraft. But I think it's possible to have these like multiple opinions that are all correct. Hey dog, don't be racist. You'll have a much better life, you know? Right, I've got the bat protection. I'm ready for a fight. Let's do it. Shit. Stay away from me. Oh, fuck. I am not gonna do this. No. Fucked it. Right, well, there you go. That's Barbuta. I didn't complete it, but fuck it. Who cares? There you go. There's that one. Let's see if we can get this controller working. Just hold up a second. I think I have to do something with my settings to make the controller actually, like, work. Just give me a hot minute, chat. Settings. Where'd you get that on Steam nowadays? Oh, I can't. Right. Two things being true feeling, yeah. That's what it is. That's what it is. We're gonna have to check out that story. Cool Air. Baby man. Right. Let's have a look here. Settings. Controller. There's a thing that you have to do for like Switch controllers. Hilly Philly Lovecraft would have called me 3 slurs a minute if he met me, so I don't feel that bad, but sometimes my humanity forces me to be, oh baby, stop, you're hurting yourself. Well, that's what it is, right? That's what it is. Enable Steam input for Switch Pro controllers. Oh, I've done this already. Honky Ponky Lovecraft, yeah. H.P. Lovecraft was really sensitive to cold. It explains a lot because he lived in New England where it's brutally cold. Hunky Dunky Lovecraft. Honkus Ponkus Lovecraft. Yeah, there you go, one who reads. Oberly Sarcastic Productions has a video about H.P. Lovecraft where Red summarizes Cool Air among other Lovecraft stories. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty cool. Controller name, Nintendo Switch Pro controller. Right, apparently my controller's connected now, so I don't know what's going on here. EBPB's Lovecraft. That is him. That's his real name. Right. Okay. Controller is working again. And now it's not doing the weird stuff with my mouse. Let's get right back into this. Been playing it for 56 minutes. Just been playing Barbuta for 56 minutes. Right, I've got to play a good game now. All right, let's do a couple of rounds on Star Wasp here. So this might make some people motion sick. So I'm gonna do a quick little motion sick content warning. Because this is a... Yeah, where did 56 minutes go? I know, what the fuck. This is a pretty spicy bullet hell game. It's not cumulative because this is a new... It's a new file. It's a new file. Oh, wow. Alright. You know what? I can put that there, can't I? Make it a bit small. There you go. There you go. Alright. This is an absolutely spicy new late favorite. I've never really been like a massive fan of bullet hell games. But yeah, I'm like fucking mad into this game. It's so good. And the tunes are just, like, incredible. Oh, it's much better playing it on a big screen like this. No, it isn't. Oh, bastard. It's Raiden on speed. What's that? What's Raiden? Raiden. Raiden is something that you need to not have in your house basements or you'll die, from what I know. Oh, yeah. Fucking hell. That's so fucking fucked. I fucking hate these games, honestly. I don't know why I play them. Right, piece of piss, this one. Yeah, this game is really good, Sophie. It's so good. And it's like super addictive, unfortunately for me. Fuck. Oh yeah. I guess you could call this a 3D precursor to Star Fox. Oh, a 2D. Abby's friend asked me yesterday where saying this whips come from because she's only ever heard me say it and I'm suddenly self-conscious about it. Do other people say that things whip? Yeah, nah, definitely. What do you think, chat? Whoa, whoa, what's this? You are joking me. Oh, wow. This whips comes from American West Coast AAVE. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's mad. Look at how the Associated Press is, like, reporting on this shit. Joe Biden commutes sentence for Indigenous activist Leonard Peltier, convicted in killing of FBI agents. I mean, man, you know, like, it's great that this has happened. Like, you know, good for Leonard. He's been in prison for fucking, like, 50 fucking years or some shit. You know. For, like, the FBI coming and, like, you know, invading his fucking land and shit. And, you know, people have been campaigning for his release for a long, long fucking time. And he should have been released years ago. Like, he should have never been arrested. Like, it's just completely fucked. Waiting until the 11th hour to do one thing. Yeah, and, you know, it's arguable how much of this guy's life he has left. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's an old guy now. He was convicted in 1975. you know, got sentenced to life in prison. He was already like 28 or 30 or something in 1975, and it's like, you know, it's just so fucking sad. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's super common for a Democrat to do something actually moral on the last day of the presidency. Yeah. I mean, he commuted a bunch of people's sentences already, didn't he? And it's like, it's just one of them things. It just fucking sucks. It's like, yeah, I did the right thing, Jack. It's like, bro, you could have done the right thing 4 years ago, man. You could have done probably could have done the right thing like fucking, you know, 30 years ago, because he had the power in Congress as like a senator or whatever the fuck you call it, a representative. I don't know, man. Like, still fuck Joe Biden to the highest hell, but like, good for Leonard Peltier. I'm glad he's out, man. I'm glad he's out. I hope he can like enjoy his freedom to the absolute maximum, and I hope that there are just like no horrible like parole conditions set on him or whatever. Do you know what I mean? I hope that guy gets to like enjoy the rest of his life as much as he like truly can. God, this bit is so hard. I've not been past this level, by the way, chat. Just have absolutely no experience of beating this whatsoever. Fuck off. Right, let me go for a quick wee. Okay, so let's have a look. What's going on here? He gave out a bunch of preemptive pardons to Fauci and a bunch of politicians who were investigating the coup. Oh, yeah, that's right. He did do that. And he blanket pardoned his entire family, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Hunter Biden and everything, yeah. Yeah. So I just thought you should all be aware of this. So my partner like made me on The Sims. I believe this is a thing that happens. No one's ever done this, by the way. No one's ever like made me on The Sims. Like, certainly not like, you know, a romantic partner or anything. It's just like never happened. So it's quite a new experience to me, and it's quite cute. But basically, so my character, my sim, that's me. She just sent me she just sent me this picture, which is so that's me as a sim on the bog, on the toilet. And apparently that's like a bag of trash. And I'm like, what would you call that? Like cooing, like cuddling it? Cuddling it? I'm cuddling a bag of trash. It's perfect. It's perfect. Yeah, it's me. It's perfect. It's actually perfect. I mean, when she showed it me, I was like, that's actually a really good job. That looks like a lot like me if I was a sim. So there you go. Trash Babby. Got a little Trash Babby, Anna. Yeah, that's true love. That's true love. Edit your... a thing just came up and said, edit your images with AI. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be doing that, dog. I don't think I'm going to be doing that. Right. Okay, let's have a little look here. Yeah. Okay, alright. I'm gonna have a couple more, like, passes at this game. And then I'm gonna sling it. And I'm gonna go to the gym! Yeah. Bow. Bam, bow. Bam, bow. Oh, it's such a banger. Oh, I just completely fucked it. This is the kind of game where if you lose a life early on, you might as well restart, but I'm not going to put you all through that. And it's just like, it's not like for the sake of having like a perfect run or anything. It's like, you really need the extra lives in like the last level. Like, you just really need them. Oh my god, the lag. There is some fucking lag going on here. I mean, the lag is pretty good for me, because it means I'm like... It's like playing the game in slow motion. Oh well, still fucking died. Right, one more go. Just one more go. This was me at like 11 o'clock last night. Playing this over and over and over again. Going, yeah, just one more. Oh, that run was only 5 minutes. Just one more. That's the problem with these fucking games. They get you so good. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Bam, down. Now. Now. Fuck's sake. Yeah. Yeah, one more, I say, knowing full well it's gonna be 10 more. Fucking yeah, mate! Alright, I did a lot better that time because I didn't lose a life. Oh no, I got a life back? Wait, no, what happened? I don't really know what happened there. Fuck off. Oh, that's so bad. Shit, man. I'm doing pretty fucking bad over here. Alright, well that was pretty good. All things considered. Oh! no idea how I survived all that. The ridiculous thing as well is that they've, like, you know, they've taken taken inspiration for, like, this game in particular, for certain, from games like Twinbee. I don't know if anyone remembers Twinbee from, like, the Sega. The ridiculous thing is that I could get, like, super far in this game, but if I ever try and play Twinbee, I die in, like, level 1 within, like, a minute. It's just impossible. It's an impossible fucking game. Is it called Twinbee or is it called 2B? 2B. Oh, get fuckoed. So many bullets. Right, well, that's all the goes I'm giving it. 2B, not 2B? 2B or not 2B? That is the question, isn't it? Right, that's all I'm doing, chat. That's the end of it. Listen, yo. What a cool stream back. It was really good. It's really good to see all of y'all. Yeah, I would really appreciate any and all donos, subscriptions to my Patreon. Because, yeah, I don't know if everybody is quite aware, but, like, I quit my job because it's pretty fucking bad. They were investing, they're one of the biggest investors in Elbit Systems, Israel's largest weapons manufacturer in the UK, and they are also insuring them. Please don't forget, that means that I now do not have money, which is really unfortunate because that's why I stopped streaming in the first place. I was like, I could really do with some more money. So, yeah, here we are again. But again, yeah, please consider becoming a patron. You can choose any amount, $10 a month, $5 a month, whatever you want, whatever you need. Take your money, pay your choice, whatever that tune is. So please consider that. Also consider giving me a one-off dono on PayPal. You can do that by the sub off Twitch command, which is there in the chat right now. Thanks so much, everybody, for hanging out. It's been really good. I don't see why we can't raid someone. That's what you do when you're on Twitch, innit? You go and raid other streamers. Let's go remind some people that I'm alive. Post a link on Blue Sky. I got a link right here for you if you want. I can put it in the YouTube chat. That's no problem. How do I fucking do this nowadays? There you go. There's my Patreon. And there is the Streamlabs tip link. There you go. If I go to Twitch and see who is streaming. Who do we got here? Who knows me? This is the first thing that I need to think. Who is going to remember me? Who's going to remember me? Who is going to have forgotten me? Let's go for... This is always another really interesting one when you, like... When you come back from, like, a big streaming break. It's like... Okay, who... who are these people? Lots of people, like, change their names. And I'm like, who is this person? Like, I don't know who these people are. Oh, it's Rob Rousseau. Oh, yeah, we gotta raid Rob. Yeah, we gotta raid Rob. It's always the Rob Rousseau show, innit? Yeah, big up our Rob. I'm actually excited to, like, check out, like, a bit of his stream, actually. I've, like, not seen Rob in, like, a while. Not checked out any of his content in a hot minute. Yeah. All right, let's go raid Rob. Listen, everybody, thank you so much for hanging out. It's been really, really cool. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the tips. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for just being here and hanging out in the chat. It's been really, really good. Stay tuned to my YouTube channel. Don't forget my links are all there. Is it links? Is it socials? It's socials. There you go. Yeah, check out my link tree there in the chat. Yeah, got all my socials on there. You can check me out. Go on Patreon. Go on Blue Sky, Twitter, I guess. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. I'll be back on Wednesday. We're going to do more of the same stuff. 12 o'clock UK time. Till 5 o'clock, roughly. We'll do some politics. We'll do some games. Yeah, I will see you when I see you. Mwah. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for welcome back. Thank you so much for being here. Bye. Bye-bye.
Hey, Muel, it's nice to see you.